The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Here we go. Who's up there? And just checking on Pilled, it's working. Well, it was. Whether it works after I'm finished is another question. Because after it finishes the live stream, it seems to corrupt it. So hopefully it doesn't happen. So just try that. Another late show. Should suitable for people in Australia and maybe some in UK, Europe, and early morning people in USA, I guess. So we'll just do our thing as usual. Right, let's look this up. I forgot my file with the show name, so I better post that up. And my background job killer. I just did some Windows updates and in the video updates. So let's hopefully it's better, not worse. Oh, we've got someone on the side chat. Solar Marshall. Any good video to analyze? Wow, don't know yet. That's what's called a live debunk. I don't know what I'm going to be doing other than what's on the topics. Just get that stuff out the way with and bring up Pilled. Don't know if anyone's going to be around this unsociable era, but we'll see how we go. There we go. Well, computer's lagging a wee bit. So yeah, I was meant to talk about what I captured on my own cameras to start with. Not sure if you've been watching everything I post up other than lives, but I'll just go over it in case you missed it. Videos. So that's the first thing we're going to analyze, and I'm going to talk about. So one night I was just checking my cameras. Normally I check them before I go to bed, and something told me to check the cameras. So I thought I'd turn on the app and just check the cameras like I should do before I go to bed, to make sure they're all working and not been stolen or anything, because they're outside on tripods. Although we've got enough cameras here where who's ever brave enough to walk into our yard is pretty brave in that case. So we caught a couple of interesting things. I did do a live on it, but I did also create a short for it. So I'll might just show you that one first to recap it. This one here. So I'll just bring that one up first. Yes. So remember we're filming Saturn the other night, and I panned back from it and saw this fast moving, which I would call a UAP, because it wasn't on any of the satellite tracking apps or flight radar. So I'll just play that one. Frame's got to be there, so this is the UFO here. We've got the timestamps. You can see this is on 20 times optical zoom. So these are very small stars, so not the very bright ones you see with your eyes, but more distant ones that you can only see with binoculars, opticals and all that sort of stuff, telescopes. So you can see it's roughly the same size as a star, which sort of discounts it being a plane, because there was no distant planes on the radar in that direction. This one. But look at this thing coming down at a very fast rate, heading towards it. And it disappears. So to me, I think this is two UFOs. Got another one moving. Alright. Oh no, it looks like, yes. So just repeating it again. So the edge of the frame's got to be there, I'd say. Here we go. See, there's a flash of light here too, which is kind of strange. Now, you could say there was maybe a thin cloud cover there, maybe a plane blink and strobe lit up the clouds there for a split second, but we'd expect to see it more regular happening. So it's a strange flash of light, regardless of what it was. And then we got this little tiny thing, which is even smaller than the star, coming down quite fast. Look at that. Whether that's a meteorite or maybe a really small plane, I don't know. But where did it disappear to is the question. So yeah, we only got 2 likes on that one. So Google didn't roll it out to the system as usual for everybody to see it. So if you click down the bottom here, you can go to the live stream at the bottom. Damn, browser is stupid. I'll just try and get it up again. If you click down at the bottom on the player, it will actually take you to the episode where the clip was taken from, and it's like a bookmark. So I think that is a true couple of UFOs. And the tripod's absolutely perfectly smooth. 2 UAPs. So that's got to be my first capture on the new setup. It's well worth having a look at that stream if you missed it. Now, another crazy one I caught, the following night. And I'll just explain that one. And go back to the videos. This one here, it's so crazy. I'll just play it. Hopefully it's from the beginning. You can see it's on the dual camera this time. Although the dual camera couldn't pick up those two UAPs because those lights were smaller than the stars that could see. If it had 20 times zoom on the dual lens one, we may have had it on two cameras at the same time. That would have been really cool, but you couldn't see it on the dual lens. So it's a wee bit of corruption at the beginning here because I hit record on a app, which somehow corrupts the beginning frames for some reason. But it'll correct itself now. So this is the thing I saw on camera, and I might just have to zoom in on it. You can see there's something. Looks like a plane that's heading straight for us. So when I first saw it, I thought there's a plane that's going to crash into the house because it's so low down, and it's heading straight for us. Most of the planes pass overhead this way and turn around and go behind the tree, but this thing was doing something crazy, going up and down. So I thought, well, that's really crazy if that's a plane. It's like the Twin Towers. But it didn't do that first. When I started recording it, this is just a clip from 4 other recordings I did of it, just in case they disappeared. And you can see they look almost like square lights on it. It looks like, you know, lights on the end of a plane wing, and a landing gear light at the front or something like that. But then it's going up and down and it's not getting bigger, so I thought, is someone flying a drone? Just look how crazy it's going. Then one light disappears, which is kind of strange, and then it comes back down, and we can see all the bugs close to the camera making smudgy things. And there wasn't much wind outside, hardly any wind at all, like almost zero. So yeah, I thought, holy crap. So I went outside after, well, that was after that recorded, because I had to check it for my own eyes. I couldn't hear anything on the mic. You can hear it's absolutely quiet outside. There's no wind or anything. It's not being captured on the mic at all. It's just absolutely silent. It was very creepy, actually. So I had to investigate what it was, of course, and you go outside and first of all see if you can see it flying off or whatever. And there was nothing there. It's crazy. But I checked around for spider webs, because we know spider webs can get droplets of water and reflect, but if we analyze this, actually I'll just grab a frame from it and run it through some analysis. I'll just do it that way. And we can see it a bit better. Now, on the previous live stream, I went into full, the one before Robert, I went into full investigation mode, slow motion and all that sort of stuff in other cameras. Paste into a new image. Solar muscle. Looks like rear lens on a vehicle. Yeah. Number plate in the sky. You got to remember it's a back alley. So if I go to the daytime footage that I did not that long ago, to show how it's set up. So the camera in the corner here with the 20 times zoom, that was the first one that captured the two UAPs. And this, is that the one we're after? Yeah. So this is the dual lens in color mode and also infrared mode. Now you got to remember, when I caught this strange one going up and down, that was in infrared mode, which means it can see things that the normal light you can't see, right? So there could have been something above the house that was invisible to my human eye. But if it was, I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it or see it. And after I checked the camera for spider webs and felt around it, I come back in to find it's disappeared. So my hands must have touched something, and there was something I touched, which I investigated the next day, and I'll explain it in a minute. So this is the camera at night time. You can see it does a really good job in color mode as well, but you can't see the stars as good as you can when it's in infrared mode. And this infrared mode, you now can see the stars come out a lot better, but it's a bit more boring because we've got no color and we can't see, and we see the planes are overexposed now. If you go to the color one, you can see, we can actually see the shape of the plane a bit better. You can see the wings, and you see the bright light underneath and the tail light there. But when you see it in infrared mode, you lose all that detail, and if it strobes red, you see red as well. So you can see there's no details in infrared mode. But yeah, I want the daytime footage. I got the wrong one here. Daytime. Oh, here we go. That one there. This is the camera that's out the back. And it's a strange looking camera.
So it's really
kind of looks like one of those pug dogs with the funny ears. So you got two lenses on it. I'm not sure what the angle is, but I've added some tape along the top here for waterproofing, and I also rubbed some Vaseline on it to stop birds landing on it, because they were landing on it. Sparrows don't weigh anything, but they do crap on everything, so I wanted to deter them landing on it, and if they get Vaseline on their feet they go, oh yuck, and fly away. So you can see it's got these LEDs here either side, and they can emit red light, which is infrared spectrum, and it can emit white light if you want to turn on intelligent mode, which automatically turns the bright lights on like a torch if someone's walking towards the camera. I normally have that off. I normally just use ambient light, and in infrared mode it doesn't really matter because you don't really see it, but it illuminates the outside pretty well. So that's the camera we're dealing with, and you can see it's got little square windows with the sensors in it, the lenses, and it's got these little round, fairly big LEDs in it. It's been a good camera. So let's have a look at the zoomed in bit. So that's So I saw it pass over the roof of the house. That told me if it was a drone, it had to be very small. And if it was something cloak standing in front of the camera, maybe like some sort of cloaking, a person in some sort of cloaking material, that may have been reflecting infrared light off the LEDs of the camera off something standing there. So I was a bit careful. I was a bit scared actually, because I didn't know what was going on. But I had to go outside and investigate. Bit like when you do ghost hunting, right? What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, let's just zoom this one up. Yeah. Probably should have got it a bit finer again. Paste in a new image again. Now you might be able to see that it might look like the sensor lights is to that side, right? We're starting to see something here. Probably not the best frame grab I should have got by the looks of it. But what's the one in the middle? I don't think there was LED in the middle. But you can see it looks like must have something in the middle there, and it looks like over two over this side. You know, and cobwebs don't reflect squares like this. This is definitely a square, right? Probably wasn't the best image to choose, but because we saw there was a bit more of that on the other one. Definitely looks like squares there and round. And the other one's not showing up for some reason. It's kind of weird. So, did I close it down? I did. Need to go back to that camera image. Megapixels. So I think I'll do a front. Oh, here we go. Oh, right, there is one in the middle. So what's interesting here is I've got a piece of silver tape also in the middle here that covers the mic so water doesn't get inside. So it's got 5 LEDs, right? So it matches what we're seeing here, but somehow it's reflecting this because this is aimed upwards, right? So the LED light's going up that way. And the Vaseline, the bird had landed on the edge here, and some Vaseline was actually dangling. Not much, like 3 millimeters. And I believe the LED light was reflecting off all this stuff here, off that little droplets of Vaseline. It was acting like a little glass bead. And that's why we get the perfect square shapes, right? So I think that one's debunked. So but I would have thought maybe that white square tape bit would have been further up. So I guess we're looking at something like let's see if I can draw it. Okay. So the camera's got the crazy lid going that way. And it had a little bead. Oh, maybe I'll just draw the rest of it. It's got a little hood, but it had a little gap underneath because it's designed to look downwards so water wouldn't get in if it's looking downwards. But now I've got it as a camera that looks into the sky. Come on, CPU. CPU's lagging a bit. show different color. So there's a little blob of Vaseline, not much. You wouldn't even notice it. You don't see it on the video. And I think that was acting like a little magnifying glass. That's pretty cool, though. I don't think I could have hoaxed it if I wanted to. If I wanted to hoax it again, I mean hoax it to prove that it was that. But yeah, I'm just using it as explanation for another camera artifact, which is the most crazy one I've ever seen in my life. And most people said it was spiderweb or drone, and it was neither of those. So this is the real explanation for it. I tell you, I could probably I could do a lot better shit that's out there on third phase, because I learned so much about the limitation of cameras, and especially infrared light. It's not that great. So obviously that's also scales it down, right? The little droplet, somehow it's reflecting the light of that little droplet back onto the lens of the camera, which is over this side, right? So we've got a lens, well, there, isn't it? Lens there, and a lens there, and the LED lights must have been going off that little bump. And reflecting, somehow inverting it. So this is probably inverted, actually. Yeah, so it's slightly drawn wrong. I probably should have flipped it around. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But then the image is going to be smaller, and it's going to be on one lens. And if there's just a slight little breeze, because there wasn't anything out there, if that just simply wobbled just a wee bit, that would explain why it was going up. It was pretty cool, though. So I actually did a short of it as well. But the short clips it, so go back to this one. Just watch it again. You can see how small it is, right? Not sure if it was on, where it goes right off the edge of the screen. Look at this. It almost went off. Then it comes back down, so it must have bent forward or backwards or something. And then it come back over the roof. Not sure if it cuts off a wee bit too early. It's going up again. Does it come down over the roof? I think it does. It's cut it off a wee bit too early for some reason. It just comes over the house roof. So it's a distance between the roof and the camera. Right, I'll post a link to it if you want to have a watch on your bigger screen. So yeah, I debunked my own site. For the other two UAPs, I'll just catch up. What's going on this side? Looks like we ain't had too many people around. What should I call this one? Artifact. Not a drone, as most people think. Post one up there. I'll post it on YouTube as well. Now, if I was a hoaxer, right, a real fraud channel, I would have plugged that in like third phase, you know. There's not a, could it be a drone? Could it be a balloon? I don't think it's a hoax. I don't think it's CGI. Could it be a reflection? I don't think so. It's not behind glass. So how can it be a reflection? It certainly had me stumped, but I figured it out anyway. That's what I'm good at, figuring out this stuff. So, on to the next topic, I guess. So, I suppose we'll start with this thing. The Mexican UFO hearings. It was a complete joke. Jaime Mausann wielding these fake alien bodies that were made from various animal bones and some from human bones. I think that one was meant to be a llama skull, people said. But yeah, people said, oh, it looks like the creature from E.T. movie. Well, it sort of does, actually, doesn't it? You know, and the one with the glowing finger. But seriously, guys, does that look like a mummified alien? It looks like a movie prop, doesn't it? Anyway, that sort of made the laughing stock of the hearing. And I think we got a link to it up on Mexico Knows How to Party. So I won't spend too long on it, but I'll just open up that. I'll just catch up on where did it go to? Is that the one? We seem to have a lot of tabs here. So what are we seeing here? I see triangle. Yes, we got triangle in the sky of that stars form. I've covered that a few times already. I call it the TR3B. Yeah, just a little tiny breeze, just enough to wobble that thing. Change the angle, because it's going to be like a glass bead, right? So it wouldn't need to move very much to change the reflection angle. Just shows how we can be fooled so easily. Yeah, the alien from Jaime Mausann, or Jaime Mausann as some call him. That's terrible. Yeah, I posted a link to the video. You can have a look yourself. Are you talking about one of the other ones? There's no TR3B there. I wish the aliens would show up like a classic flying disc. That would be so awesome. So I thought maybe that could have been paranormal, was my inkling, because I have paranormal activity around here. Then I thought, could it be aliens? I got to go outside and check, because, you know, I just went through the process. Then come back inside after checking, just to check the camera to see if it was still there, and it wasn't there anymore. So I thought that was really strange. Yeah, we did get earthquakes here. We get earth tremors pretty much every day. Most of them you don't even notice. It's stable, right? Yeah, I heard that conspiracy. The South Pole experiment caused an earthquake. That's just nonsense. It was a fault line they didn't even know about in New Zealand that caused it. So they found more fault lines. There's a fault line up there, a minor fault line. Don't get listed over 7 anyway. There's no point in getting out of bed because the house is up to a 9 on the motion. If it gets it's not reinforced and they just fall away. And you just have a house that's got no outside walls, basically, and it just wobbles around. That's how it's designed for. Followed by Japan. Yeah, maybe I should actually. Since we have decided we won that one, So what this thing is, I thought, could it be paranormal? But I know we do have floating spiders here. Although it was like 2 degrees outside at the time. Here we go. See that? Looks like a spider web. You can see the strand being lit up. And it's on little water droplets there. Well, it could be for little spiders, I guess. But what they caught on Skinwalker Ranch. But just see what happens. This thing just zooms off and disappears, so you never see it again. I thought, oh, I'll go out and check the camera, and then this happens. What time was it? Midnight or something? 2 in the morning or something, yeah. I didn't want to bang around outside because it would wake up the house. And you can see the bugs flying around, and there's a planet there, I think. I think it's Saturn or Jupiter or something at the moment. So when I caught those 2 UAPs, I was focusing on something like that. So you can see this thing. Can't see any movement of it. And people probably think I'm hoaxing it, but no, this is definitely all natural. There we go, it keeps going higher. And it zooms off. Watch this. It's not much wind out there, I don't think. Man, it disappears. Never comes back again. So I don't know what it was. They definitely look like a piece of web though. But yeah, when I have the camera zoomed in, that UFO is like 1/5 the size of that star there, and those other stars are only visible when you zoom in, so they're even further away or not as bright, and you saw those little UFOs. They weren't very big at all, and they're quite a distance away. Now the airport's over this way, which is interesting, and you see planes coming like you saw earlier, coming this way behind the tree and flying off to the airport. They actually get quite low. So this 2 UAPs was actually quite high up here, and one was flying this direction and the other one was flying downwards this way, which is kind of unusual because you normally just see the planes flying straight this way or this way, but never that way. Really ever see it going that way, and they're normally quite big. Anyway, yeah, so where's another one of this strange one? So they're always good for examples, these things. The more examples you got, you can compare it to other people's videos. Where's the other ones disappeared to? I don't think I moved them. Can't see it. I'll put WTF in front. So this should be at the bottom. And it disappeared. That's really strange. I had like 4 captures of it. Okay, maybe I didn't rename them. Let's see. That looks like that one. Different camera. There's the widescreen one. Was it that one or this one? Let me just let's play that one, just have a quick check. Certainly can see a lot of stars. So those two UFOs wouldn't show up on this, and they're smaller than these dots here. So it just shows you the other camera on the corner of the house, how much it can zoom in. Unfortunately, it would have been good to see the UFO on this widescreen one too. Certainly a lot of bugs. But yeah, there is a TR3B here. And star formations. There's actually quite a few of them. But there's one that stands out in color mode really good. Where is it? It's probably rotated. Can't see it. There's so many stars. That was a clear night, that one. Let's see. Was it on this one? Let's have a quick look. I got a few to go through. Come on, CPU. Oh, here we go. I got one of them here. See how it's flying a real thing, doesn't it? It does look like a reflection. Yeah. But here we go, go through. Yeah, that gives it away, right? This was some fun. Yeah, up again. Look how that was a good one there. You see how well it's reflecting now. And it comes back over the roof again. I probably should have uploaded that one. So you know what to make of it. It's like watching do it with Cloak and Bigfoot. So a cloak and small drone of some kind, or I'm curious about the Vaseline and stuff. But anyway, I thought I'd just show it before I wrap up on that. You can't be picturing your own stuff, right? Then looking at other people's crap videos, because all the sources, tracking apps, stuff that you can look up. That's pretty cool though. One of the Edwards video, but maybe they're the same thing. Maybe up in front of the lens on a certain angle, or nighttime, because you know. Now, if that was in daytime, that really then, because daytime those LEDs are off, right? They're not transmitting any light at all. Yeah, so I think you can see the difference when I showed you the spider web that you can actually, if the camera's good enough, like we're using 4K here, right? When you use 4K and it's focused, you can actually see the strand of spider web with the droplets on it, or the little spiders on it, baby spiders, you know. Yeah. Has to be some type of reflection, definitely, but I think I'm correct on my analysis of it anyway. At least I'm honest, right? I could have sold that to Jeremy Corbell, right, and he could have made $1 million from it. But then I'm not a credible eyewitness because I'm not a pilot or a Navy person or a military person, right? So, yeah, this is the Congress, and this is the time where Jaime Mausann makes a mockery of it all.
Que están íntegros, completos, que no han sido manipulados en su interior y que tienen una serie de elementos que los hacen.
How embarrassing this must be. You can hear him blabbing there. It's a volume low. It is very low on that one, isn't it? See, Jaime Mausann invited Ryan Graves to the hearing, right? And Ryan Graves is really upset about it all because he thought this was like stupid, just like the rest of us, right? So you can see here, I think there's a llama skull because they don't have a really high cranium, or what do you call it, top of the head, and they smashed off its long nose and put some of this strange clay stuff around and bind it all together. Don't know if they used any type of pig skin or whatever. But yeah, this shows you how stupid Jaime Mausann must be, or he's a disinformation agent, is all I can say.
Pero son piezas rituales. Nosotros les hemos encontrado un fin ritual.
I don't know if they show us the panel of people looking at it. They do x-rays and all that sort of stuff. That's just nonsense. They're still going on.
Sumar esfuerzos para definir ante qué estamos y hasta dónde podemos llegar.
What idiots say where? Where is Ryan Graves? Has he ducked off outside? Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. He kind of reminds me of the Men in Black with the shaved head. So he's actually looking at something there, but Jaime's sitting down at that stage. And then Jaime takes over from that guy.
Que se lo dijo a los congresistas. Hasta el momento el Pentágono no ha aceptado.
Full of bullshit. I just want to see Ryan Graves' face. I'm not going to see. I think I might do. Here we go. What's Ryan doing? Is he staring into nowhere land? He doesn't look quite impressed there, does he? Looks like he's got his biting his tongue there, thinking, what's this bullshit, Jaime? That's hilarious. Anyway, we'll just go through all the things I got here. So if you want to watch the video, I'll post it down the side here. I've got to post it in two places. Yeah, it looked like he was pissed off, like, you know, grinding his teeth there, didn't he? ET's phone home. Of course, there's a lot of funny memes and graphics out now with that. And you'd expect it. But he was warned. He was warned about Jaime Mausann, and he said he knows all about him. Mind you, he would have thought that Jaime Mausann was that stupid to wheel out two bodies. Now, apparently he was raided because he had a lot more of these alien so-called bodies. And it was raided because people believe that the bones were stolen from ancient graveyard and used to make these fake alien bodies. So they thought they confiscated all of them, but it looks like they missed two. I wonder if those ones have been raided and taken. So Mick West has had a bit of a field day on it. What's he saying here? Robert Salas, yeah. Has he got the right one? Because it's normally Salas that's the shill that's promoting the stuff with Jaime Mausann, right? Robert Salas is one of the people behind the UFOs are messing with our nukes. Yeah, oh, that's that. Yeah, that's correct. He's saying it's nonsense. So you can see Mick's mindset there. Hundreds and hundreds of witnesses to that. So why would it be nonsense? So that's to me confirmation bias, calling it nonsense. Because that's what he wants. So I suppose it makes sense that he bought into the Mexican look at these alien bodies nonsense too. But that's not... I just wonder if he's getting confused with Dr. Salas, not Salas. Alright, here's Salas. Look closely. Okay, looks like he might have been duped as well. This being was recovered near Nazca, Peru in 2017. It underwent multiple scientific analysis including DNA, carbon-14 age testing, 1,000 years old, X-rays, CAT scans, all showing this being was organic, not a member of any known species, and definitely not human. Here is a replica that I received from Will Gaussian. What's that, like a 3D print, is it? Like they scan it in with LiDAR and print it. So yeah, looks like Robert Salas has got egg on his face. Because it's well debunked by experts. What's this one? Seasoned aliens. Alright. Those alien mummies look so fake. They do, don't they? That they are become a meme. Yes. It looks so fake here, right? So they x-rayed them and they find they haven't got the proper joints connecting the bones and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what Robert Salas was on, but that's caused a bit of an embarrassment for him. Mexico Congress was presented with a bizarre presentation this week with a self-proclaimed ufologist unboxed what he claimed to be bodies of 2 mummified extraterrestrials found in Peru. These are non-human beings who are not part of our terrestrial evolution, during which Jaime Mausann told lawmakers, quoted by New York Times. But wait until you see what these alleged alien mummies look like. Their shrunken heads and tiny bodies with 3 fingers on each hand look so incredibly fake that they might as well be part of a display at Disney World. Naturally, the internet had a field day with the presentation. It's covered in eloque seasoning. One Blue Sky user posted referring to an iconic Mexican condiment. Ask me about the new Joe Rogan diet. No, I don't want to. I go on to the next statement. Outlandish stunt. Mausann has made a name for himself by spreading ridiculous pseudoscience on Mexican television, as the New York Times points out. Unsurprisingly, he will also sell you health supplements if you happen to buy into his outlandish theories. Even former US Navy fighter pilot Ryan Graves, who told Congress during a UFO hearing earlier this year that he saw dark grey or black cubes inside a clear sphere, we appalled by the outlandish stunt. He was appalled by the outlandish stunt. Grace dismissed Mausann's presentation in a tweet, calling it a huge step backwards for this issue. Wrongly, lawmaker Sergio, whatever his name is, Lune, who invited Mausann, called the bizarre spectacle and exercise in listening. So it was this guy here that invited Jaime Mausann, and Jaime Mausann invited Ryan Graves. Is that what they're saying there? Now, who's this guy here then? Because I was trying to find references to who actually invited Jaime Mausann. It couldn't have been Third Phase, but they would have been there too if they were invited for sure. Who is he? Mexican politician. There you go. That's the culprit. He looks like a con man too. He's serving from 1st of September 2021 to 31st of August 2022. President of Chamber of blah blah blah, whatever. Oh dear. So it's all his fault. He'll be even laughing now. So it just makes you wonder if it was all planned to be disinformation and set back ufology again. Because that's what it comes across like to me, right? But pretty much shameful, really. Was there anything else to say here? Learning about subjects, whatever they may be, is done by finding contrast in opinions, he told reporters. Previously, examination of the two mummies have revealed that they are likely bizarre backdoor lab creatures made up of looted human and animal bones. So I'm not sure what Robert Salas was on. He's been smoking too many big ones, probably. Meanwhile, renowned Mexican anthropologist and Teguan Sergio told the New York Times that Mausann's conclusions are simply not backed up by evidence. The whole thing is very shameful, she added. Oh dear. So there we go. Since we read out the article, I suppose we should post it down the side for people. Looks like you're the only one around, Solomon Marshall, or unless I've missed someone on the side. Summary. Next here. Agents. Oh, there we go. That worked. Keep on going. Okay, who we got this time? Mick West. In 2015, Jaime Mausann held an event to present the Roswell slides. Yeah, that was a joke, wasn't it? Images of an alien at Roswell. It was mummified human child on a museum shelf. And they sussed it out by analysing the label, wasn't it? And they managed to get a high scan of it and actually could read what the label said. He used the same experts who now vouch for his alien bodies. Yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it? All these shills that we have in ufology. This was revealed on May 5th, 2015. The most important UFO evidence of the most important case in the history of ET, UFO phenomenon, and smoking gun. I think he's smoking something. I don't think it's a gun. Richard Duval, Canadian physical anthropologist. What an idiot that guy must be. Professor of Forensic Medicine. Well, he might have been sacked since then too. Dr. Louis Galilindo, entomologist and physiologist, lecturer of UNAM, Mexico. So they got quite a fancy titles there, but these if these guys are saying it's real, then there's something wrong with them. During the event, moving speeches were delivered, recorded interviews, and experts testified the body could not possibly be human. Well, those three people either paid off or are part of disinformation in that case. And they shouldn't be having jobs. I won't share that one. Okay, next one. Who we got this time? Yep, I thought it was too good to be true. The Mexican government have been debunked before. Okay, we got a little video clip here, 2 minutes. Let's have a look at it, I suppose. E.T. does look a bit like E.T. though. It's probably how they modelled it, probably from the movie. I think my little drone UFO, if you clipped it in the right segments, right, was way better than the ET. Let's just see what this one says.
So what do we see? Same stuff. A hodgepodge of human and animal bones. Here's
Okay, it doesn't sound very loud here. I'll just check the volume.
a mummy named Josephine. A real beauty. Instead of humer eyes, she sports femurs or thigh bones. Her legs are even more baffling.
So I'm not sure what this is from.
One of the thigh bones is actually a femur, only facing the wrong way around, while the other one is a tibia. And they are completely mismatched. With the hip bone, there's no joint there at all. The poor humanoid wouldn't have
That's what I said.
made a single step. Some of the bones are simply chopped off.
Yeah, it doesn't look right, does it?
Note this asymmetry here.
And these X and side turned out to be stones as well.
The fingers are a total mess too. The first
Yeah, not even symmetrical, is it? Not symmetrical, not symmetrical, not symmetrical, not symmetrical.
pseudophalanges are facing in different directions on her left and right hands, with the white part
Yeah.
facing up or down. Well, they just forgot to turn them the right way. Stuff happens. And look at this alien head. French paleontologist Julien Benoit thinks that those who crafted the small humanoid mummies used skulls of some small mammals
So I'm not sure who he is, but anyway.
for their heads,
Looks like he's got it right.
such as a llama or alpaca. Comparison shows
I gotta watch out for the music. So, how's he gonna explain this one?
that the reptiloid's cranial cavity fits perfectly the cranial cavity of
They reversed it, did they? That's
the
interesting.
llama. The location of the olfactory bulbs, the inner ear, the brain hemispheres, and the cerebellum precisely matches those in a llama skull.
Okay, let's have a quick look at that one. So how did they do the eyes? I just molded over this. Turn those into eyes there, is it?
The whole facial part of the skull was broken off, leaving only the brain case. The skull was then rotated so its back part faces forward. The reptiloid's face is actually the back of the poor llama's head.
Oh dear. Pretty good investigation there of the x-rays. I'll post the link to that. Who posted that? It wasn't Mick West. How about that? Just having a quick look at the comments there. I'll post a link to that one because that's sort of breaks it all down for you. Solved. See, I think Jaime Mausann should be fined and imprisoned for that. Really. That's gonna make it's gonna end up on public news and all that, and it's gonna be a laughing stock, right? He should have a prison term for that, and it should be like $1 million fine or something ridiculous, because he can afford it. The amount of money he shilled off all those movies with Darcy Ware and all that. UFO volcanoes, UFOs, which is nonsense, which I debunked. I got an episode on it. Solved. Better type it up here. It's now past midnight here. But we keep on moving. Green Streak, next one. He's having a full day of it. Apparently, someone's also made a 3D scan of it and sells them for $13. And even gets a little box as well. That's pretty. Wonder how big it is. Does it say? It's pretty cool. 28 inches by 12 by 5. That's quite big, isn't it? Made from plastic, which means it must be 3D printed. Meet crazy bones. Decorate your space for Halloween. This spooky little guy. Yeah, I wouldn't mind one of those on the shelf. Very convincing. Well, convinced Jaime Mausann. I'll post that one. Maybe someone wants to buy one. Doll. E.T. Now, I'm not sure how he found that. Probably did maybe a pattern match search. Or someone had found it earlier and sent it to him. Now, I know some documentaries put up this 3-finger hand, which is totally different. That was from the next person we're going to talk about. Might just keep that there, because we're going to talk about that next, I think. We've still got more. Alright, Brien Foerster. So, people use this one associated with the Jaime Mausann ones, but this is not the X-ray of the aliens in question. So I did this episode back in 2017 when it came out. Brien Foerster found this 3-fingered alien hand, claimed it was legit, found in a tunnel, mummified, and so I did an investigation into it and tried to see what the experts out there were saying, and some were saying it was faked with animal bones and wrapped with some other type of skin. But I thought, why go to all the problem when one of the person that some sort of anthropologist or something like that mentioned that it reminded him of a cell flipper, and I thought, let's just start doing a search for cell flippers and see if I can match it. So I did this little episode here to work out, well, if it's a cell flipper, why haven't the experts figured it out by now? Now, the cell flipper is not quite the same. but if you chop off half of the flipper along one of the where the fingers join up to get it to 3 fingers, and then if you x-ray it and compare it a x-ray of the sill flipper, that's almost identical. So I'll just mute that and just play it from there. And I used to do these little 5-minute, 3-minute episodes. Bizarre 3-fingered mummified hand found in a tunnel in Peru again. Okay. And who's behind it? But Mr. Foerster, who obtains an unusually high amount of mysterious specimen, which it is claimed could originate from aliens, believes it is a genuine sample. There have been instant claims that the items are hoaxed, particularly as the group would not give exact details about the location. Mr. Foerster said he examined the hand in Cusco, Peru, and he thought it came from a real creature. He says x-rays were taken of the objects, which showed the fingers on the hand had 6 bones instead of the 3 in a human finger. So this came out quite a few years ago now. And again, it's unnamed. What's it say here? Physicians. Okay, so now they're doing a side-by-side of a human hand with what they found. Now you can see if that was faked, how did they get the skin to be so good? And what did they use for skin to sew around it and then age it? So it had to be something a bit more simpler than a fake. Because it's not the usual clay ones that we just saw with Jaime Mausann, right? So I started searching around what I could find, and here's the x-ray of the hand. It looks like it's correct. And then I compare it with a sill flipper. And here's the sill flipper. Now they got front flippers and they got back flippers. So this one come from a back flipper, and all you had to do was get a mummified sill and just cut it down there, and then you got the alien hand with the 3 fingers, right? And the other stuff you discard, right? So I suppose you could even fake it, maybe. Dehydrate a sill flipper that you've, people hunt sills and eat them in those locations, I guess. And also Alaska. Well, it may have just washed up on the shore. So there you go, you got the flat front flippers and you got the black back ones here. So that's a California sea lion. And here's an x-ray of its back flipper. And there's looks like you could take those 3 fingers here, or the 3 middle ones, maybe, and make a alien hand out of it. Even goes down to the tips. So there's a side-by-side comparison. So if you look at the tips here, Looks very similar. And it's got little cartridge bits in between here. But I don't see it on this one here. But it may have degraded, right? Or the X-ray's not showing it for some reason. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you got the tiff on the end. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now I've got a flipper side by side. So it could easily be those three in the middle here, or even the end ones here. Look like it's torn off there, tear off there. So, yeah, it's this guy here. So why would he be pushing that to be an alien hand if he's meant to be a real scientist? Because he's not. So we got some more information coming up on this guy. So it's a breakdown of what it says about him here. Grew up on the west coast of Canada. At age 11, he became fascinated with the native art of Haida native people and began carving totem poles and other related art forms. So I think he actually got, what does he say here? Learning from native teachers after completing an honours Bachelor of Science degree. So why would you do a science degree and then go into the art business? It seems backwards. You'd normally do an art degree and then go into art. You don't do a science degree and then totally forget about your science and do something else. It's sort of backwards. That'd be like me doing a computer science degree and then becoming a psychologist. Brien decided to take up carving and sculpture full-time at the age of 25. This included the creation of a 13-foot size totem pole, dugout canoes. Now he runs a museum as another thing. I think it's in the same article here. Is that playing or not? Okay, here we go. Brien Foerster. Oh, where did it disappear to? Something screwed up there. But anyway, we'll just carry on to the other stuff. So, yeah, why would you bother making it out of bones? It said on that article also that he doesn't believe it was faked because had original skin around it and they did DNA tests on it. Now the problem with DNA though is even our DNA is 50% similar to what you find on a banana. So we got 50% the same genes as a banana, and we got chimpanzees that's 98% our DNA. So a seal, I don't know what percentage of DNA would be similar to ours. But we probably could find out. Hey, we got someone joining us on Pilled. Who we got up there? Aliens are gay. Well, I don't know if they are or not. But we're finished with that one there. So when I investigated that one, I always thought Brien Foerster was a pseudo-scientist. And I was a bit shocked that Steve Campion was plugging him as a real scientist and a credible source of information. And that's totally wrong. So other people have debunked this Brien guy. I've got some interesting videos here. I'll play some clips on. And I did a search online what I could find out about him, and this article here talks about him as well, which I just read out on my episode. That's what's that, 6 years ago. Brien Foerster is an American writer who now lives in Cusco, the former Inca capital of Peru. He has studied the ancient cultures of the Andes and believes that many predated the Incas and had advanced technologies that permitted the precise drilling of stone. So we'll go over that claim. It's totally bunk. His fully illustrated Kindle book, money, ding ding ding. Lost Ancient Technology of Peru, ding ding ding, more money. And Bolivia. Provides many examples. The book is worth purchasing for the images alone. There is now a video that complements Foerster's book. Foerster has now studied the stonework. Now you got to remember, this guy got a science degree but decided to become a art maker, right, and seller. So yeah, and his science degree is not archaeology, it's just a normal science degree, physics. Has now studied the stonework of ancient Egyptians, and like Chris Dunn, concluded that the level of accuracy could not have been achieved without possession of high technology, now lost. He has expanded on this in 2014 book, The Last Ancient Technology. However, Foerster, that's spelled wrong, has recently stepped out of the line when he apparently chipped fragments from stones of the Bolivian Puma Punku site with a view of having them tested for age. The laboratory refused to test the fragments as Foerster did not have the appropriate export document from Bolivia. It would appear that Foerster, okay, it's about right there, is either stupid or criminally irresponsible or both. Apparently, Foerster now claims that the details of this report are inaccurate and may be libelous. This episode is reminiscent of the two German scientists who in 2013 were wrongfully accused of removing part of the vice Cartucci in the Great Pyramid and illegally smuggle it out of Egypt. It was subsequently shown to be a false claim by Sahi Walrus. Elsewhere, with regard to Atlantis, he claims that most plausible idea is that Atlantis was not a single landmass that sunk, but was a series of smaller states in Atlantic Sea 12,000 years ago. In recent interviews, Foerster has proposed that the story of Atlantis is based on the Ice Age civilization. His latest attention-seeking claim is that the Maya visited ancient Egypt and tripped that had some form of Atlantis connection. Now, I talked about ancient airships. It's more likely Egypt could have produced hydrogen-filled paper bags. They invented paper. They could make it from let's see, some of the reeds on the Nile, and they could have stumbled across using two types of metal under the Great Pyramid to produce hydrogen that would it seemed to have a level going up to the king's chamber. Kind of looked like that it could have been a machine to produce hydrogen gas, which they tapped off through one of the alignments to the stars, the gas into these bags, which then would be like airships, right? And all I had to do was tie an Egyptian canoe underneath and just let them go up in the sky with a couple of people in it or whatever, and it would just drift with the air currents, and the air currents go right from Egypt straight across to middle Mexico or South America. And if you follow the air currents around from Egypt going around the earth, that's where you find all the pyramids. So I actually did some research into this. So it's different to his idea that they visited Egypt, but it's possible. So some of his theories is possible, but there's zero evidence of it. It's a good thing to, if you can explain your theory on it, but it doesn't mean it's actually true. And I looked at, could the Egyptians have stumbled across making hydrogen gas by splitting the water molecule? And the answer is yes. All you need is a flowing stream and zinc and copper, I think it is. And it produces 1.5 volts, which is just enough to split water into oxygen and hydrogen. And if it floats upwards, you could have a queen's chamber for collecting the oxygen and the king's chamber for collecting hydrogen. It sort of looked like it could be a machine, you know, because they said it was really weird that it didn't have any fancy walls or carvers inside and all that sort of stuff. So I looked into it to see if it could be possible, and it is. There's a lot of episodes of Airship by the looks of it. Let's see. Maybe I have to search for another keyword. Oh, it's quite warm here. We've had terrible wind, hot wind from Australia, and we call them nor'westerlies. And it's like 28 degrees Celsius in the bedroom here. Ancient, just try and narrow that down. It's a good episode as well, worth having a watch. I think I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Let's try again. Oh. Now, the funny thing is the air currents go over Easter Island, and we've heard that they talked about these sky gods. And if you remember, Egyptians like wearing those funny headdresses and the long elongated skulls. They look like elongated skulls, their headdresses, right? So maybe my theory is the most correct one out of all these so-called other experts. Why does it not come up though? Okay, it didn't search. Oh, yes it did. Why is it not coming up? Well, let's try Egypt then. It's funny, Google makes it changes and things don't work anymore. I'll just type Egyptian. Alright, I did the light bulb one. And the tank one. Where's the airship one disappeared to? Huh? Don't tell me they've deleted it. That's really strange. It's not coming up. Let's see, I might have it on the home page. Let me just have a quick look. Be under the best episodes probably. Oh, here it is. How come it didn't come up? Maybe I should put pyramids in. I thought Google had got rid of it then. But yeah, I go into the artwork of Easter Island, and it looks like Egyptians and their boats, right, in the sky. Again, it's a really old episode. As you can tell by the opening of a Egyptian. Yeah, I can't remember all the details I got, but I talked about how the how Scotland worked out that he could split water into hydrogen just using a bucket and a dripping water. I'm pretty sure the Egyptians could easily have stumbled across the same thing because they had the metals, and it could produce the hydrogen very slowly over hundreds of years even, and build up into the chambers, and then they could tap it off, then just float around. It looks like I added some extra bits on there about how they could build the pyramids using levers. So yeah, is that the one? Yeah, this is the one I want to go into the science of gravity pumps. So that's a picture of the pyramid inside, right? Coming up. Come on, Google. Now, right below here is here's the Queen's chamber, so oxygen could collect in there, right? Remember they talked about having healing rooms inside with echo. Well, if you got oxygen, right, normally you get that in hospital. It improves your healing capability, almost doubles it. So they always stick those little things in your nose in the hospital after you've had an operation, because the extra oxygen helps repair cells, right? It's funny how this tube coming up from the underground water connects into these two chambers, right? It's an unusual structure. Let's see, have we got a picture of it underneath? Anyway, it's got sidetracked here a bit. But they got all these tap-offs, right, from the chambers, which they say point to certain stars. Well, that would be a perfect way to tap off the gas once it builds up, right? So yeah, I reckon my theory is better than most other people's, because it all sort of fits, and because you got the bad battery here. And here's the thing, talking about the two buckets that splits hydrogen from water. But I was trying to find the underground string picture. It must be on there somewhere. But anyway, I'm going to check it out, so have a watch of it properly. It's a good theory anyway. And I talk about the air currents, and I'll show you the graphics of where the air currents go in the episode. It's just a fun episode. Hey, One Life Man. Pyramids. airships. Of course, if you've got airships too, you could use them like cranes, right? That means you could lift up stone blocks if you had a big enough airship, right? You could probably lift up a couple of hundreds of tons of rock, and use it like a lever with a rope going through. Crane, ancient crane. You think, well, how come none of this evidence has been found of these airships? Well, if they're made from paper and they caught fire, and the scientists never wrote down how to build it or how to run the Great Pyramid as a machine, because they just passed it on to the apprenticeship and made sure they didn't write it down because they had total control over that technology. They may have been invaded and killed off. Like, tell us how it works, or this person dies, and that person doesn't talk, so it kills that one, so they move on to the next one. And he ended up killing all the scientists in the end, or get one left that's eventually doesn't say anything and dies of old age or whatever. But if you think about it, though, there is proof that they had canals. They built canals going up to the bases of these pyramids, and they could raft quite heavy, like 5-ton rocks or bigger, on these reed rafts towards the base of the pyramid, and then they could just lever it off with normal tree levers and ropes, and of course a lot of manpower. But it turns out you only need something like 20 people, I think it is, to lift some of these biggest rocks. And if you got the crane, which I show in that documentary, and rotate it, you could easily build up the pyramid stone by stone by using various of these simple on the edge cranes. But anyway, it's just another theory, another interesting topic, that's all. But moving on. So even though he was claiming all this in his book, my stuff is all free, and you can take it with a pinch of salt. So, or you can correct it or add on to it. In recent interviews, Foerster has proposed that the story of Atlantis is based on Ice Age. Yeah, we read that. He also has co-authored with David Hatcher Childress. That guy's a complete moron on ancient aliens, right? He believes everything and talks out of crap, that guy. A book on South American cranial deformation and elongated skulls. Now, what would that clown know about that? Most people know that they bound rope or whatever around the baby's heads when they're born. Of course, baby heads are very soft, and as they grow older, if you restrict the cavity, then it's going to grow out backwards. So I don't know what that did for the brains, though. It doesn't sound very good for the brain. I suppose the brain would be expanded backwards in the head, wouldn't it? And why would they do that? But maybe because they saw these Egyptians with those crazy hats. They thought they had long heads. So they just mimic them with deforming babies' heads, maybe. Has a number of articles that highly critical of Foerster's methods and motivation. Equally critical is, so it's okay to have theories, but to say that it's proven as science, or they can prove it with science claims, that's different, isn't it? So there's a lot of links there. But anyway, moving on. Now, I talked about drills, and these videos here talk about drills. I think it might be a Kiwi or Australian, I'm not too sure. But we'll just play it, a clip of it, and share it. Just go back.
Is seen on Ancient Aliens, technologists actually say. During that time, however, I've also
So let's go from there.
posted a lot of videos fact-checking the claims of those who are also on the alternative, and that is fact-checking claims by...
So another thing is when you can fact check claims, you know, that they must have advanced technology, and it turns out to be bunk, like claiming that nothing can drill granite and all that sort of stuff. That's different. That means they're saying this is fact, that it had to be advanced technology and it can be debunked. Then that breaks down all their theories on more advanced civilizations that built the pyramids and all that sort of stuff, right? It's not like having a theory and showing a few things that sort of connect dots. But if someone finds a flaw in it, then it all falls apart, right? But yeah, hey Michael, I didn't see you there. Thanks for joining us. I'm not sure if you're still there or not. One life, man. Until today, we don't have a technology to dig deeper in our world. I think we can go down, was it 15 miles before it gets too hot? It has to be air conditioned, and you have to pump down a lot of air. I think I've covered it in the past, all that, the science of underground bases, right? Ancient Mayans like to go to the underworld. Well, if you go down that far without proper technology to pump cool air down, you certainly wouldn't come back from the underworld, right? If that thing is fake, who created that? Got skills. Created what? The ET things, yeah. They certainly spend a lot of time on that Jaime Mausann aliens, right? So we find out more about this Brien Foerster, not just writing books and making claims, but turns out he's like a Dr. Greed, a Dr. Greer, where he charges like $5,000 a person to go on special tours around the dig sites and or special areas in the museum that's not to normal public. I think he puts it in the episodes here.
Those who could easily just be lumped together as lost ancient high technologists. So whether it's Baalbek, the Great Pyramid and so forth, working with stone, lifting. I've been posting this for years and just fact checking the claims, and I get a lot of people don't like it amongst this the allegedly truth-seeking community. It's a sin to actually fact-check things. So, you know, we're truth seekers, but don't present truth because you're not part of the community. You're somehow not, you know, you're not following the rules, and that's not a community. That's a cult. Recently, I've been posting practical demonstrations working with granite. Now, it's very important because the lost ancient high technology, ancient aliens community / cult relies on selling you a truth that it's impossible to do this with stone, and especially granite being probably the most difficult stone to work with. And so let's just start a series and let's go through what prominent lost ancient high technologists actually say. So firstly, these are not claims made by random people on the internet. These are the actual statements of leading people in the lost ancient high technology industry. And when I say industry, I mean they're profiteering from this. They're selling books, charging people exorbitant funds of money, people's life savings in some cases, to take them on tours, to point at stones and say it's impossible, therefore ancient lost high technology. So again, these are prominent leading figures in this industry, lost ancient high technology. And for the, okay, a little bit of poking fun, but this is also like warning you, face palming gloves and face shields should be worn at all times, because it's remarkable. It's actually amazing that they've been able to get away with it so long, and the alleged truth-seeking community have failed to challenge these gurus, leaders, and outright fraudsters in some cases. So,
and you got people like truth seekers that saying Brien Foerster is a scientist when he's actually a pseudo-scientist. That doesn't help things.
This is not entirely half-hearted. Like, if you know some facts about stone, for instance, you will need face palming gloves, protection, face shields, because it is cringe. Now, one of the leading figures here is Brien Foerster, who's published many books, Lost Ancient Technology of Egypt, for instance, and others. Takes people on very, very expensive, overpriced tours. Now, that doesn't include room rates. He's seen on Ancient Aliens claiming Pumapunko is evidence of extraterrestrial technology. This is film this is, I'm not putting words in his mouth, this is what he says. And again, overpriced tours to point at stones and to tell people this is impossible.
So that would be my year's earnings paid on a tour, because that would be like $11,000 a year. That's all we get on sickness benefit. And that doesn't include accommodation.
Therefore, there was some sort of advanced civilization / aliens. That is just a fact of what he says. I'm not putting words into his mouth. Here's an example in the Cairo Museum where he shows this and says that this is impossible with primitive technology, copper tools. It is impossible without diamond technology. He claims even the Romans could not work granite and did not have lathes. So he actually says this and makes an income from it. I'm not putting words in his mouth. Another claim that he says, and is he's not the first, but is often repeated, is that you can't work andesite with soft copper. So, for instance, in South America, in many sites, Peru, sort of Bolivia as well, you can't work andesite with soft copper because andesite is harder on Mohs scale of hardness. He actually says this, he repeats this, and the clones in this industry, which are now also profiteering from this and want to charge people, their life savings to go on these overpriced tours to point at stones and tell them proven factual untruths. Well, that's you've set the tone, and you need to be challenged. So these are the things he actually says. You can't drill granite with primitive technology or copper tools. It relies on diamond technology, modern diamond technology, and you can't work andesite with soft copper. So that's one of the things we'll look at. Now, the Ancient Aliens, Lost Ancient...
Which is wrong, of course.
...high technology industry always will refer back to Christopher Dunn here. They use him as, because he's like the expert. He's the master craftsman. He's the machinist, like the expert who knows, like the science behind it, therefore it can't be denied. Now, again, featured on Ancient Aliens, presented in the Lost Ancient High Technology community as a master craftsman expert. He knows, okay, well, so he claims the stonework at Pumapunko cannot be replicated with primitive techniques or copper tools. He says that these do not exist in the archaeological record, that it can't be done. This is what he says, it's in his book.
And there's another guy that says that too, Giorgio, whatever his name is, the one of the crazy hair from Ancient Aliens, and is always grifting on presentations at all these UFO conferences, right?
and is featured on Ancient Aliens saying that. He also claims that sculptors, so he has one letter from a sculptor and uses that as evidence that it would require tungsten chisels to work granite. So for instance, this marble sculptor would have to throw away his tools to work with granite, and that he would require tungsten tools to do this. We'll go into this more, but these are the things he says. Now, he also claims, claims in regards to drilling cores in granite with simple tools such as copper or bone. Also that the use of giant hard steel circular saws would be required to make these cut marks in granite. I'll put the links in the description, but I'll be revisiting this in the series because this can absolutely be proven as wrong, incorrect, and so it's impossible without some lost high ancient technology. These are the things they actually say. I'm not putting words into their mouths. They claim from the classic argument from authority, I'm a machinist, I'm a master craftsman. Well, we'll look at that, and again, I'll put the link in the description. I did a previous video going through each of the Serapeum boxes, these big granite porphyry, black granite, and other types of hard stone, these boxes in Egypt. These are one of the foundation stones of the ancient lost high technology / ancient alien communities. They say it's impossible to do, and one of the arguments is that they have amazing precision corners and precision flatness. Now, I'll put that link in the...
And of course, they could now go on and use a LiDAR and actually scan it and have all the measurements properly done and prove that totally wrong.
Description, that is just like untrue, remarkably untrue, and so easy to see. Now, for instance, in his book, he has a calibrated precision square, which is at 5/100,000ths of an inch. That may be the case, that square is calibrated to that level. However, it's clearly not. You know, you can see the gaps between where it's touching and where the gaps are between. This precision calibrated square simply does not fit. The link in the description of the Serapeum boxes, you can see that they're not flat as well. You don't need precision equipment to see this. It is, again, an entirely remarkable claim to make, and that they stick by it. Well, again, it's crazy.
Gap going down the side.
His precision square doesn't fit.
Oh,
now this, here he is here. Someone's obviously taking this photo, yet over here we see him with a, putting this square in the corner again, saying precision fitness. So precision corners, 90-degree corners, precision flatness. Now this photo is out of focus. This one is again. Where is the close? They've been to these sites. This is the basis of their industry. You'd think that they would have, taken a little bit more documentation. Instead, he says in his page, you have to rely on his testimony in regards to that. So the point is that it's amazing how often the photography goes low res or out of focus when they present this. Ancient Origins, Brien Foerster, talking about the same thing. Now again, we see the square. Publicly funded TV in Australia is now presenting Ancient Aliens, and David Childress and Brien Foerster at Pumapunko putting building squares on the stones there, and they clearly don't fit, but they present this precision technology as well. So now things are HD, but it's remarkable that they would even say that. But again, what we have is that countless hours of travel, video, photography, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars invested in these tours and documentary, all promoting the idea of precision advanced machining at Pumapunko or the Saqqara Serapeum. But it's always low res, out of focus.
That a few times, haven't we?
Yeah, that's just the reality of it. But
not flat. Yep. So now he's got a better picture of it. Definitely a gap there. Yeah, it's not that precise, is it? And a gap there. Whoops, they slipped.
Have been people who go there and take high-res photos, and it's clearly not flat, and it's clearly not square. You can see the gaps in there. So the Serapeum boxes, for instance, are not flat. They're not square. Anyone with basic skills will be able to see that. yet they still present this, and that's a good. So here's another example. So the 90 degree, it's 92.4. All these angles are simply not precision 90 degrees. You could compare it to Romans, Greeks, or Indians, or any stone.
So it's not 90 degrees. It's 2.4 degrees out.
Even before the modern precision age, and you'll find similar angles.
So they managed to zoom onto that little display there.
Everywhere. So it's amazing, yeah, when high-resolution video and photo of the Serapeum boxes is taken now, maybe the Egyptologists run in there and they suddenly warp the boxes or something like that. It's remarkable that this goes around. I've also seen smaller channels who spent, they visited Egypt, they took film, they filmed and they took squares and they went into the Serapeum boxes. And those videos get deleted because sock puppet bullies jump in there and attack and attack and attack.
Oh, right.
And, well, that doesn't work with me. I've dealt with a lot better trolls and sock puppets before. So, yeah, sock puppet bullies. It's actually one of the things I've been...
That's what we get in ufology too, isn't it?
Doing over the years is watching the activity and the syntax of these sock puppets and well, it's impossible to prove, but the PDF in the description, this is, you can get this on the internets for free. Now, for instance, he talks about rose granite and then only tungsten carbide, corundum, silicon carbide and diamond. So they're saying that, okay, we'll look at that, but it's impossible without diamond technology. Andesite is harder on...
So yeah, I've seen a lot of videos over the years where people were cutting granite and sandstone using rope, and also similar hardness rock against, if you rub it, the same hardness rock against granite. So if you get a piece of granite and rub it against granite, it's going to gradually wear a groove into it. Because granite's made of certain granite's made of different sandstones and stuff like that. I think he covers it in these episodes in more detail, but yeah, if you get one that's got more density type of rock in it and it's still granite to the other granite rock, which is not the same density and type of mix, and then it's going to cut quite easily into the other rock, right? Just rubbing against it. A bit like a drill bit.
More scale than copper, therefore you can't work it. Okay, that's what they actually say. I'm not saying something they said 10 years ago and they've since reformed. I'm saying the things that they say to this very day, still charging people, asking people to possibly spend their life savings on some tool to point at stones.
Now, you've seen on the TV shows that they use like a bandsaw, but like a chain that cuts rock. So you could use like a rope or a wire that rotates, gradually creating friction against the rock, and it gradually cuts into it. Pretty sure you could do it with copper, but eventually the copper you'd have to keep replacing, right? But I'm sure a lot of people online have actually experimented and demonstrated that you can cut stuff.
And just tell them outright frauds are falsehoods. Here we see a screenshot of the PDF, and so he's talking about pounding stones. So we'll zoom in on that. So in basic terms, any tool should have a greater hardness than the material being cut or shaped. Okay. Pink granite, of which the unfinished obelisk at Aswan is composed, has a Mohs hardness that sits between a scale of 6 and 7, correct? And thus it is more or less the same hardness of dolerite, correct? Making the latter a poor material for shaping the former, incorrect. And bronze, the other tool substance known to and used by the ancient Egyptians, is much softer on Mohs scale, being an average of 3.5 on Mohs scale. If dolerite pounders were used to shape granite, the tools would basically wear out as fast as the material being worked on. That sounds like an unlikely candidate. That is a sciencey sounding straw man. It sounds very sciencey, like, oh yeah, Mohs scale. You Google Moscow and you'll find that these are correct. But the underlying principle of what he's saying is utterly incorrect. He knows that, and he still repeats that. That's the lost ancient high technology industry relies on these straw men, but they know to be incorrect and still repeat and still charge money for. This opens them to, it not opens them, it is your duty to challenge this.
Yeah.
Now here he will diorite, and for instance he'll mention dollarite hammers. Now Brien Foerster in a recent upload regards to Aswan quarry accuses the mainstream Egyptologists of actually planting dollarite hammers, for instance at the Aswan quarry. These types of stone hammers are found everywhere across for instance the diorite quarries. We can find those tools there. Petrie and others have found those tools at Giza and everywhere else. These dollarite and flint tools, grinding tools, have been found at all the sites. But so again, they so often accuse others of falsifying information, of ignoring or pretending that certain things like these so-called anomalies don't exist and that the mainstream don't tackle those. So once you throw this out, you're open to those types of claims. So if you want to accuse others of fraud, well, now you're open to it, Brien Foerster. So the PDF again will be in a description. Here he's speaking, and not the full one will be in there. Rose granite, only the tools available for this are tungsten carbide, corundum, silicon, and diamond. And he's referencing Moscow. So the PDF, again, link in the description, it's available for free. I still think it's overpriced for free because you still have to pay for electricity, but you can check the claims. You know, these are their actual printed words. They repeat them on videos as well. So only in regards to working granite, corundum and diamond. So they're already here on this particular illustration of Moscow. Corundum or aluminium oxide, they still use this on sandpaper, for instance. It's a very strong, very good abrasive aluminium oxide. Again, it's mentioned in ancient texts. Even for instance, Greeks, Romans, Indians, they all knew about this particular mineral. And diamond. So diamond is 10, corundum is 9 on Moscow. We also have tungsten carbide and silicon carbide. These are, for instance, tungsten carbide will be on saws for cutting stone. Silicon carbide, if you have an angle grinder and if you have a metal disc, it will usually be silicon carbide or even sharpening tool. So it will be silicon carbide or diamond, maybe even tungsten in some cases for the tools for cutting metals and stones. They are very hard. They're about 9.5 to 9 to 9.5.
So, diamond can be cut with diamond cutters.
On Mohs hardness scale. Again, these things are easily checked. But again, back...
Or it can be ground down. You know how they grind the stones like opal stones and all that. Well, how'd they get the faces right? They have to grind it, polish it, right? So all this nonsense that you can't cut stones, well, you can.
Back to Brien Foerster and his printed works. In basic terms, any tool should have a greater hardness than the material being cut or shaped. Well, no, it's actually not true, but let's have a look. So let's go. So pink granite. Well, pink granite, red granite, black granite, grey granite, doesn't really matter. They're all between 6 and 7 on Moscow because of the quartz in there. So that's where granite sits. And here are some of the unfinished obelisks, the sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid, or the Serapeum boxes. They're all between 6 and 7 on Mohs hardness scale. The diorite vases. So again, it's presented amongst lost ancient high technology. This is a super hard stuff, like mystical qualities. Like it's impossible to cut. You can't do it. You can't do it. Well, on Mohs scale, diorite, granite, they're all. It's basically a granite. It's just iridescent, and the mineral makeup of it. But it is essentially it's the same type of stone. Andesite, it's a basalt really, and that's the same. And again, impossible basalt. Look at you can't do these cuts with copper tools. It's impossible to do it. This is what they actually say. repeatedly over. It's one of the fundamental foundation stones upon which their whole bogus argument rests upon. So don't be fooled with this, porphyry, diorite, andesite, basalt. Oh, this hard stone. No, because firstly on Mohs hardness scale, they're all there between 6 or 7. It's really just the quartz that gives them that hardness. And bronze, the other tool substance known to and used by the ancient Egyptians, is much softer, being on average 3.5 on Mohs scale. Well, that's correct. Yeah, basically the same as copper. Bronze, there are no bronze mines in the world. Bronze is a alloy of copper. Usually it's tin bronze, but there are other forms of bronze, and we'll look at that in future episodes as well. It also regards to softness. Mohs hardness scale has literally nothing to do with the hardness of a chisel. It has to do with abrasive qualities. It's what material will scratch another material. So it's more applicable to sandpaper or a grinding disc. It has zero to do with chisels or hammers.
So if they had wheels, right, and just had it rotating around like a saw and just put it against one of these blocks of stones, that would gradually create a groove, right? And if you got it on like a platform, then you could cut really precisely. Well, obviously not 90 degrees, but very precise, and just keep on slicing it like bread. But it would take probably quite a few weeks to cut right through it all, probably. Sandstone, if you had like a granite rule onto sandstone, what he's saying is that you could cut that quite easily. Of course, Egyptian pyramids are made from sandstone, right? So yeah, ancient technology, hoo-ha. So he goes on a bit. I think he has a picture. Oh, right, he talks about diamonds here as well. That you can't smash diamond. Well, there is actually a video on YouTube that shows some guy actually smashing a diamond with a hammer, which is metal.
A hammer made of diamonds could hammer anything. All right, okay, so I don't need to tell you this. If you take a diamond and start smashing it on metal or stone, you know what's going to happen. He knows what's going to happen. The lost ancient high technology industry, ancient aliens industry, knows what's going to happen. This is ridiculous claim. There are videos of a steel hammer. People have ruined the diamond by smashing it. Again, so the whole logic argument that is underpinning Brien Foerster, Chris Dunn, Lost Ancient High Technology, Ancient Aliens is like remarkably wrong. It's crazy wrong. You don't need to go into all the technical specs into looking, like just with a little bit of logic, you can start to pull this apart. So it is completely devoid of logic. It is pseudoscience in the literal sense of pseudoscience. Now, pseudoscience just gets thrown around now. It's almost just like I don't like what he said. Oh, that's pseudoscience. Well, yeah, that is, yeah. But this is pseudo-archaeology. This is pseudoscience in the literal sense of those words and those phrases.
So, yeah, we'll leave it there. If you want to listen to the rest of that, you can just go and sub to that guy's channel, I guess. Foerster false claims. So, real scientists wouldn't write a book like that, knowing it could easily be debunked, right? You'd probably pull it off the shelves if you're an honest person. If it was debunked, we'll create a new edition saying the corrections in it as well. But if it's really bad science and it's totally debunked, then you'd have to pull the book off completely, wouldn't you? Else you're just still making money from making false claims. But this guy does a few good episodes on this sort of stuff, and goes over it with other episodes as well as his part series there. So Hidden Inca Tours, which is Brien Foerster's tour thing where he makes lots of money from. Like a Dr. Greer, still spreading bad information as fact to build a bad argument. So this goes back to 2022 when he wrote this, and SGD Sacred Geometry Decoded. That's the name of the site here. So this is another one he's done, and I'll post a link to it. I'll just call it BF. BF2, that'll do. Yeah, what have we got here, Shirley? I'm just catching up on the side comments here. Eyes a wee bit blurry still, unfortunately. Al Duncan saying problem, use low setting heat pad gel. No, I did some research on it. Found that if you give them probiotics, you know, the bacteria pills, not all of them are equal though. Just give it to them, sprinkle it on their food, or wrap it in a piece of meat and hand it into their mouth, and they'll scoff it down. Actually helps like an antihistamine, and reduces gut problems which affect the bones of dogs, apparently. So if a dog's got a gut problem, they can get arthritis. But yeah, that's another thing I've been doing this week, is trying to see if I can find some cheap method instead of using vets to solve Charlie's problem. So I've been giving him that, and he's come right. He couldn't get up on his hind legs because one of his legs that's got the tumours on it, the lipomas and cysts, obviously creates extra weight on that foot, and of course that one's going to have more joint problems and also nerve damage, right? So we're just keeping an eye on it. He could go downhill very quickly. Hasn't been eating his meat like a Labrador, right? You put meat down for a dog, they scoff it and it's gone within seconds. You could put meat down and it'll still be there 5 hours later, right? So what I do is I sometimes give them some human meat, because the meat in New Zealand is actually proper meat. It's actually produced in New Zealand and tinned. It's high quality meat that they use for farm dogs, kelpies, that type of breed. So yeah. Lamb's liver is very good for him. It's got a lot of nutrients that dogs need in liver, and it helps them. So he gets a mix of this tinned meat called Champ in New Zealand, and also lamb's heart and lamb's liver, and he just loves it. So yeah. In America, I don't think it's as good as quality control as New Zealand has, and you get a lot of Chinese imported meats that's high in heavy metals and stuff. So if you can get cheap liver from your butcher that humans eat, that's probably a better thing, and decent quality sausages, and use beef gravy that you use for roasts, and make up your own dog food, really. Yeah, his time's limited. He's 14, and those type of dogs can only live up to a maximum of 17 years, apparently, as on average. So you can see him aging very quickly this year, and he's got a lot of white in his face now. But he had a lot of go tonight. He looks like his legs are a wee bit better, and he can get up a wee bit better now. But yeah, it'd be very sad when we finally lose our dog. It sucks that they don't live as long as they should, right? So anyway, carrying on. Shelley, she likes our dog Charlie. I did actually put up a couple of videos, shorts today, because they get more views than UFO stuff. So this is him when he's a bit younger, and he hasn't got any of the lumps underneath like he has now. He has big lumps, big tumours. Alright, there's Charlie Roo. So this is how dogs scratch their backs, obviously. This one in the younger day, you can see how skinny and good fur he's got back then, but he's aged now. So that's him now, but you can't see, he's actually got a big lump right there, and he's got a big lump on his hip, and he's got a big lump on his other leg that's having trouble with on the other side. That's the one he's actually hind leg. So yeah, his days are numbered, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll just keep an eye on him. We want him around as long as possible, really, but we don't want him to suffer, of course. But these dogs do get arthritis in their bones, and they can't have normal pain medicine like humans. I think there might be one that works, but you have to get the vet to prescribe it and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, but that's when he's in younger days. He's quite a comic dog. Here is what I took last week before he got sick. He's in his favourite spot there between the shank and the end of the couch, and every time he sees me with a camera, he gets up and moves. Here's Charlie in his favourite place. No, he's moved now. I wanted to get him laying down there, and he just has this little eyeball moving around, following you around normally. It's quite hilarious. It reminds me of those kids on smartphones where they're sort of like mute. They're sitting there looking at their smartphones, and if you talk to them, their eyes sort of move upwards and look at you and then go back to the smartphone. But yeah, you can't see any lumps there, but I have got some videos of the lumps. So he's got somewhere in the list there. But yeah, he's quite funny. He got too hot. This is back in 2012, this one here. He ran off after capturing the ball and sort of laid down in this little shallow stream to get cool. He's quite comical, really. He's a different kind of dog that we've ever had. He's quite intelligent. He just loves his soccer balls and rugby balls and sock balls, of course. In case he's drinking that grotty water, but yeah, dogs have got better guts than us, I guess. And beforehand he was doing this, you know, he's a pretty daredevil type dog. You know, he'd jump up in the air before the ball comes down and grab it, you know.
Show off, dog. You can jump high and show off.
Hey! Everybody would always thought he was a cool dog down the park. Anyway, let's getting sidetracked on that because of Shelley. But yeah, I hope he can last another year at least. We'll see. He's been a bit sick lately, as I said. So getting back onto the ancient alien stuff. We got some people joining us up here on the build. Subbed. Okay, thanks, mate. Check you out later. Okay, I know it's pretty bad unsocial hours for a lot of people at the moment. It is for me. It's now almost 2 AM in the morning. But it should be good for people in the UK. I'm not sure how many people joined us from the UK. Our boy is 1.5 years behind Charlie. Yeah, so he's going to have the same problems, right? It's normally their hips. He's going to have trouble standing up. You know, be to a point where they'll probably get the injection, right? He was laying on the floor. I think he must have chased a bird, or maybe there was a cat on top of the fence and he was trying to climb up to it, and of course there's putting all that extra weight on his leg that's got the tumours on it. It's not a good thing. And of course he probably strained it, right? And he was on the floor crying pretty much, going, you know, like he was in pain. But I said to him, do you want to go for a walk or not? And he struggled to get up and went to the door. So, you know, he decided he wanted to go. So that was a couple of nights ago. So we took him out for a walk. Once he's up, he's all right. But he's got a slightly stiff leg, like the joint's not moving. So this guy goes on about drills and cutting stone again, and this one in more detail, I think.
Hello, let's have a look at how hidden Inca tours deliver.
So I'm not sure if he's doing a presentation at a university or like a thing, but it sounds like like one of those symposiums, right?
Deliberately presents false information. Premiered August 17, 2022. Perplexing ancient Egyptian artifacts that academics ignore or mislabel on purpose. Really? Mislabel on purpose or ignore. Cool. He also in that video in the opening promotes his new book, Lost Ancient Technology of Egypt, Volume 2. So the issue is that in Volume 1 he presented just really bad, really bad information, copy-pasting Wikipedia articles, putting a whole bunch of things out of context, just like technically false arguments on technical issues. So it's not about interpretations, or it's about technology, technical issues. What can be done? What are the material properties of certain, different things? So this is what he says. Everything you're going to see in this video could not have been done by the dynastic Egyptians. Such as the lid of this granite box. You can see the striations, which are clearly saw marks. Well, on this point, I agree. We can clearly see the striations, and they clearly are saw marks, and you can see right up to modern day the type of saw marks left. And there's no way that was a copper saw or a bronze saw with silica sand being used, because silica sand is about the same mode.
So I guess what he's saying there is, if you had like a copper tool, and you pour sand on it, and then you rub the copper tool against the sand, and the sand cuts and creates a groove. So you keep putting sand in for like a grinding wheel, and you just have the copper tool going back and forth all the time. But I think they've done that with rope. I'm pretty sure I've seen some experiments with rope cutting through sandstone using the same technique. And it's quite easy to make rope and replace it, right, once it snaps or breaks down.
Mohs hardness as the granite itself. I've inserted Mohs because that's the relevant hardness that comes to this. And in
fact, I think it might be worth doing a search on that, actually. I've covered it in the past, but let's see. Cutting granite with rope. Let's see what comes up. I think maybe it was sandstone. Stone cut by wire saw. Okay, so what's that one? I got one here. Cutting basalt, marble, granite with a DIY wire saw made of. So that's how they normally do it at quarries, right? Like jade mining. Diamond wire rope. So you could put any sort of abrasive powder into the rope and or cut Ancient Egypt granite soaring technology reconstruction. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff out there if you look for it. Only on low setting. Yeah. Yeah, I've actually got a heating thing for hand. I suppose that would work the same way. Yeah. Let's see. Is that one worth playing? Let's see what he's doing. So we've got saw maps.
Nikolai. Granite block and some grinding agent. Finally.
Which one come up with that?
Well, we'll see what we can manage. Sounds good. Recording a clip is not exactly the same as working at home, where you can just
Okay. Oh. Just want to see what they're doing. So what they're doing, putting sand in the groove? Like a cut and paste? And then I've just got a tool, probably made of copper, just rub it up and down. And you get a nice straight cut. So there you go. It's going to take some time though, by the looks of it. Must be getting close to cutting that little bit in half, surely. They need to do a time lapse on it. So is it finally split apart? Looks pretty straight cut. Do they say anything? Yeah, they got stupid music. So, real scientists proven Brien Foerster wrong. Still got stupid music. So what else we got? Stone cut by saw. Diamond wire saw. Ancient stone cutting using a rope pulley. Okay, sounds a little similar to what I was looking for. And the way the guys were doing it by hand there, that seemed like the hardest thing to do. So is he going to demonstrate it? What's he got set up here? Okay, so he's got some cog that turns a smaller cog against a chunk of stone here. So it's a scale model, looks of it. And they just put heavy stones onto the roller that's turning, I guess. I thought they were going to demonstrate it cutting it. Presentation is no good, is it? Unless you demonstrate it working. Let's see, cutting granite rope. Ancient Egypt. Here we go. Now when we looked at how the Egyptians cut granite with flint. Okay. The mystery of ancient Egyptian stone cutting. You see there's quite a few things here. There's no one cutting a nice flat edge. Really, reality versus lost ancient high technology. They're quite long videos. Drilling granite with a large copper pipe. Remember, Brien Foerster was saying you can't use copper to cut it. So, how are they doing it? Saying they're just using a large copper pipe. So, that have to be a big hole then. I can't, it's playing sound, I got it muted. So, demonstration. So they got their paste of sand, a block of wood to rotate with a strip of aluminium at the bottom, and it's cutting a nice circular hole. So how would you do it with really tiny holes then? Very similar, I guess. Some grinding paste and a drill bit made of solid aluminium would do the same thing. That'd be moving the sand around and grinding into the stone, right? I think a lot of these people have proven all those claims of Brien totally false, right?
In his earlier book, he talks about Mohs hardness. Material that could to cut something. Diamond sits at the very top of Mohs scale. So therefore you would need something more exotic and harder than diamond to cut diamond. So the question is, what secret material do the gem cutters of this world keep hidden from us to protect us from this mystery? How do they cut polished diamonds? They must have something even harder than diamond. Well, they don't. What they have is diamond dust. Here's the basic rule: like cuts like. If I get a piece of granite and rub it against the same piece of granite, I'm going to cut it. If I get a piece of sandstone and rub it against it, I'm going to cut it. So this diamond technology stuff is just ridiculous. Now notice this little wheel. That looks very bronzish to me because it's embedded with diamond dust. That's what does the cutting.
So that's how we do it modern day, even with tunnel machines, right? The tips, the teeth that barrel make the hole into the side of the underground tunnels for the channel and all that. Used drill bits embedded with diamond dust. So that's how it works. So yeah. Another one of his videos here you can go and check out, and he's got a ton of videos up on his site here, but I think we're pretty much done debunking that side of stuff. I think I shared the link already, haven't I? Yeah, I think I had already shared it, so I won't share it again. Just go and check it out. So what else he got up here? Probably demonstrations, right? Go to videos. So we got stone dish experiment of ancient technology. Possibly thin artifact I found buried and totally didn't make myself. Okay. Baby snake skin. What would you be using that for? Stone dish with copper tube. Stone dish with copper tube. Stone dish with copper tube. So it looks like that video we're watching is similar to what he's doing here, where it just rotates it around and cuts into stone. What's that one? Coral Castle explained. Yes, we know how that was done too. No mystery there. I think he just had a battery, an electric motor, and little pulleys and chains. So they found all the tools that he used and explained how it all worked in these little documentaries. So that would be a good one to look at, probably, the Coral Castle one again. I've covered it in the past. But yeah, he's got quite a good stuff on here. So yeah. What's he done? Almost 877 videos, and he's got 29k followers. So he's doing better than I am. So let's go and have a look here. And he's been around 3 years earlier than me. So he's come up to 2 million views, so he's not doing too bad. And he's Australian. Yeah, I thought he was. Okay, so there you go. That was just a simple 5-minute Google search and found all that information on Brien Foerster. So there's other things that he's done here which could give him the benefit of the doubt on the elongated skulls. Some of them may have abnormal origins, and the fact that I think that the DNA tests eventually did come back. I think there was mention that the DNA would have to come from Europe, red hair, and would have had to come across the land bridge, which means there would have to be DNA from ancient people that passed into Americas. I think that's what I remember by memory back in 2017. But yeah, of course, a lot of these had natural explanations of how they made the elongated heads. And there's an article talking about it here or here. The resultant skull shape does indeed seem otherworldly, and they have captured the attention of a great many. 14 researchers and ancient alien theorists, world famous ancient aliens proponent and author David Childress. That guy's an idiot. I could just hear his silly accent now. Has long theorized, and the key word here is theorized, that these elongated skulls are the product of contact between ETs or before the height of the Paracase culture. He has ultimately asserted that the Paracase skulls are either the result of attempts by humans to immolate those aliens who may have been perceived as gods. So I reckon my theory's more credible with the ancient airships, right? And the Egyptians with their stupid hats, and they wanted to mimic them because they thought they were gods coming from the sky, right? And of course, Inca lines. Makes sense that maybe they're painting those on the ground for the sky people, which were these airships, ancient airships. So, you know, saying, where's the evidence? Well, wooden ship is going to look like an Egyptian wooden ship, and that would be the basket underneath the airship that's made from a paper type material, and the hydrogen escapes into the atmosphere. So yeah, what you're going to get is an ancient ship and which can be then decayed or lost at sea or whatever. So yeah, or earthquake or something. There might only been a few of these floating around, right? Because it probably takes a long time to make the hydrogen. I still think my theory's a lot better than all this stuff being aliens from outer space. But I'm not saying there ain't aliens from outer space or dimensions. I'm just saying I think this skull thing and all the DNA thing that they're trying to claim proves it's aliens is just smoke and mirrors, right? There are fossilized skulls of a race of proto-humans called the Boskop Man. They were found near a small town in South Africa of the same name. And these skulls sparked a heated debate. So why couldn't there have been a land bridge and the Africans migrated? Maybe because of climate change, like the Ice Age, development Ice Age, maybe the survivors from the meteorite impact, maybe, who knows, migrated to elsewhere where they could find new food sources. They were given as evidence for a species of human that had a slightly larger brain and therefore greater intelligence. Okay, so it goes on. Update. As mentioned above, at the time of writing, Brien Foerster had publicly identified the Texas genealogist that was processing these DNA samples. So he hadn't made it public information who was doing the DNA testing, but Sharon Hill over at Doubtful News, along with some other sleuths, have determined that it is indeed Melba Ketchum of DNA Diagnostics. Now that's the lady that was doing the Bigfoot research, right? And claimed that there was a new line of ape type men that weren't in the database or something, wasn't it? So it's possible, I'm not discounting it, but I don't think she's been peer reviewed, the results. So you can't just rely on one DNA test, you're going to have to replicate it, right? Who is performing the analysis information places the story squarely into the seriously sketchy category if it wasn't there already. Update to the update. The story is turning into a circus over at Doubtful News as Foerster has threatened legal action against Sharon Hill, who used this post as the basis for hers, and has now directly denied the involvement of Malpa Ketchum, sort of. He says he is working with her on this project, but that she didn't work on the samples in question. So who did then? Does have to tell people who it is and get it peer reviewed. On top of everything else, it's been suggested that he may have violated the international. Okay, we read that on the other webpage where he stole the samples. Couldn't you just say you got the samples somewhere in America and got them to test it anyway? I suppose he was stupid enough to say where he took them, right? And of course, people ain't going to test something that's been stolen illegally. Because, you know, you're not allowed to, we've got Meraki boulders, you're not meant to chip off bits of the boulders because they're like a tourist protected area, right? And because they have these little crystals like quartz in them and all that sort of stuff, and people chip out bits out the boulders and it's illegal. Shelley. Okay, thanks. As usual, we haven't got too many people watching. So, yeah. So this guy is really sketchy. And he and Dusty Ware got together to debunk Jaime Mausann of all people. So it's like shills debunking shills, right? So obviously Brien was cut out of the money deal with Jaime Mausann from that, gather from that. Else, if Jaime Mausann got him on board, they would have used him to promote it like the Cell Flipper one, right? What happened there? They got some sort of pop-up ad happening. What's happening? What page was that one? Proceed. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure what web page that was now. Let me just go back. No. Okay, so it opened up something there. I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think we've got enough information on that guy. Ghostly Theory. Now, what was this one? Alright, on to the next topic. So I think we're done with Brien Foerster. I wonder what the chatbot would say about him. Let's just have a quick finish off with that. Here we go for time anyway. What's happening there? Hang on, let me just zoom in on something on the other screen. Oh, we're coming up to 3 hours already, you know. So there was, before we progress on, there was also a NASA panel reports where they were talking about what they're going to do with UAP research, and there's a lot of hoo-ha about that as well, apart from the Mexican Hearing the day before. Now, they were claiming that there's no solid evidence to back up UAPs at this stage. They were asked, they said that maybe the government hasn't given them all the information on the videos to do any data analysis on it. That kind of makes sense. They haven't given the radar data, right? But everyone's reading that they said no evidence of UAPs. Well, they got no credible or solid evidence to prove UAPs either way. That's what they were saying. They weren't saying that the evidence is not out there. It's just that they haven't got their hands on it, or they're yet to capture it on the latest the sensors and the cameras that they've all got set up with the NORAD situation, right? They also were asked how much they devoted the budget to this, and they wouldn't answer a straight answer, right? Instead of just saying, probably 20%, but there'd be overlap of that budget to other services that are using some of the same tools or techniques. And they didn't simply answer the question when they were asked by public people. So it was an hour long, and but I was hoping to find a little summary of the stuff they said. I didn't find anything that was really good, but I'm just telling you now what they said and what my interpretation of it was. They said they made excuses that they didn't really know at the stage about budget budget needs, I guess. That's the word I'm looking for. Brien Foerster, is he credible scientist? Let's try that one first for starters, see what comes up. Here we go. Let's see what it says here. As a researcher of ancient history and culture, he has written several books on the subject and has been featured in various media outlets. However, his credibility as a scientist is a matter of debate. Some people consider him to be a credible researchers, while others have criticized his work as pseudo-scientific. There you go. So that's sort of a balanced reply there. And I would say that he's been debunked. So his science has to be pseudo-science, because if the claims are false, then it means he didn't do proper research, right? And those blurry photos with the square was kind of funny as well. What is his quotes? Let's see if it knows that. Yeah, it's just repeating it again, isn't it? His qualifications and or experience of biology or genetics. Has no known qualifications in biology or genetics. Another source mentions that he is a member of a department of biological scientists at the University of Victoria, Canada, and has research interests in archaeology and anthropology. Has been featured in his qualifications as a scientist are not clear. Yeah, isn't that always the case, isn't it? But yeah, I think he has got a science degree, but he's another one of these person that probably hasn't put it up on the web to say, well, there's my photograph of the qualification, and here are my references from the past work. So yeah. on to the next topic, I guess. So, what are we talking about? The Israel news uncovers the Jerusalem UFO video hoax. Well, I mentioned it on Twitter that the mummies have been debunked, and Jaime Mausann is a complete moron, and even a year or two after the Jerusalem Israeli UFO video hoax had been exposed by researchers that found out it was a teacher and 8 film students, I think it was, that had fabricated it all on two cameras or 3 cameras or something like that. But here's an article talking about it. So we'll just go through it, because the person was replying back and saying, where's the evidence, where's the proof, what's the name of the people? So this article sort of gives enough information on that side of things, but if you have a look at the videos and analyze it, you can see there's obvious flaws in the videos. So this is a teacher who was found out as an ex-actor. Okay, so let's see. I guess it was only a matter of time before we all learned the truth behind the enigmatic UFO videos that made headlines across the world. And isn't that always the case? The only way to unravel a mystery is through time and research. In this case, the mystery looks more like a hoax. Israel's Channel 10 aired an investigative news segment on the videos of the supposed UFOs that were taped hovering over the Dome of the Rock earlier this year. From the report, the first video to go viral was shot by a man named Igalo Gedilovich. What's that? Russian? No, Ukraine? Romanian? I don't know. Posted the following in his YouTube Twitter account. Okay, so there you go. And it's one of the videos. So you know the famous video, right? Is it still on his channel? It looks like it is. This little pinpoint of light comes down and illuminates the dome. Well, is it going to do anything? Here it comes. Good CGI, man. Anyway, just move on. This morning around 1 AM at the promenade of Armon in Jerusalem, I was a witness with another guy, an amazing UFO aircraft over Jerusalem, Old City, Dome of the Rock, blah blah blah. This is the first of the videos to hit the internet. It became viral almost immediately, drawing a large amount of viewers. Days later, another video of the Jerusalem UFO hit YouTube, this time from a couple of teenagers that were standing closer to the dome. And it looks crap. Was it all out of focus, right? I got it muted at the moment. Oh, here we go. Was that it? plasma ball. Doesn't look like it's illuminating it, actually. Is that meant to be what it is? I thought there's one where it illuminates it. Anyway, it must be another one. Proof Jerusalem UFO video is real. A new video of the UFO over Jerusalem surfaced tonight from a tourist that was filming while on a late night tour. January 28, 2011. The video is not the clearest because it was dark out. Why is it out of focus though? Because they wanted it to be out of focus, obviously. Soon after the second video was uploaded by another person from a different person, it gave more credibility to the original video. The videos have gone viral. From the report, we learned that illegal Gadlilov, which is an avid filmmaker, yay, ex-actor, and has his own production company, bingo. This raised a huge red flag on his claims, even though people tried to carefully examine and dissect the video for any signs of hoaxing. It wasn't until this recent television investigation that had yet another red flag was raised. This time the red flag was bigger and brighter. Turns out that the teenagers who were responsible for shooting the second video were film students, but get this, they attended a class that was taught by Golan Addik, a film teacher that used to act alongside Gadigotch, I don't know, munted all their names, but anyway, alright, we've got no video. That would be them acting together, I guess. Let me just say that the first video has over 1 million views and the second one has 2.8 million views on YouTube. With ads running on these videos, it doesn't take long. A lot of imagination to see the motive behind the hoax. So that would be 4 million views times 4 ads, maybe. That makes it 16 million views, basically. Chop off 3 zeros, and that's how much they would have made from it. Minimum. Probably $16,000 US. So that's a good motive. That buys a lot of TV production camera equipment, right? Trumpet sounds was also a hoax, right? That idiot there. Yeah, apply that link to the video. No link. No, that's to verify it was all a hoax on. So there'll be various people like that have already analysed it. Someone still believes that 9 years ago UFO videos real and visually validated. My HDX visualization analysis reveals an alien object hovering over the dome. Idiot. Yeah. If you're a movie producer, I think that's a red flag that you're going to produce drama type videos to get your name out there, right? If you can fool the world with like a hoax and then admit to it, then you might get jobs at Hollywood or whatever doing the same thing for movies, right? And you can see all the deniers, right? Just because they're in the film industry and are connected does not make it a fake. Wow, there's lots of errors in the videos too. These videos are probably the clearest sighting of a UFO. Oh my god. But people didn't see them. That's the whole point. Nobody. Yeah, so if you got millions of people in the city, no one said, oh, we saw it, but we didn't have time to film it. Not only that, 24-hour internet webcam didn't see it either. So they got set up webcams that you could record live around the city, right? And they didn't capture it. World of 4 smartphones, only people who saw the highly visible and reasonably long-lived events. Yep, so this guy's making lots of sense here. So you still got people still trolling them. Can you provide some evidence that this has been thoroughly debunked? I am genuinely interested. I've seen 4 videos of this UFO, including one. So they're just not listening. Circumstantial hoax video proves nothing. See, another denier. And this is why security will always be around, and other shills out there who also hoax stuff, and people don't believe it was hoaxed when it's clearly his voice on those leaker ones. They keep drawing straws saying it's a deep fake, but yeah, back in 2011 there wasn't no deep fake technology. Yes, this is really one of the arguments as to why this was a hoax. Moving on. No one has to prove it is a hoax, as a burden of proof is on the making the claim that it's really alien craft. So switching it back. Bait and switch. Another denier. They are all real. It's disappointed to find out that it was all faked. It only serves to increase skepticism. So a lot of these people would probably believe in Jaime Maussann's balloons and alien bodies. So yeah, all these trolls here. This goes on a bit, doesn't it? Same people, Matt. Phil. So you're not going to convince everybody, but yes, too many red flags, and the footage is just crap. The lighting, I think, was it the proof is out there, even brought it up recently and debunked it as well. But they didn't know it was film students, so their research team at History Channel are not really good, because I found this this link within like 1 second, just doing a Google search. So alright, if you want to have a look at the videos again or whatever, I'll post the link. I'll just say Israel. I don't know if I typed it in right there, but anyway. Shogun, you finally showed. I just saw you there. How's it going, mate? Of course, all your comments will be erased by Google admin. Which is a bit of a shame, really, because they keep saying they haven't found a problem and all that sort of stuff. I keep on to them. Still looking into it, they're saying. They're liars, I tell you. Okay, Paranormal Breakdown, another good guy that debunks stuff with science and evidence. So he's showing a old case here, fake moon landing video, and as I've pointed out in the past, a lot of people take clips from Capricorn 1 movie, which is meant to be very similar to the moon landings, and also a Mako documentary where they got the actual real astronauts to read out part of a script for the movie where they claim it was faked, but it was actually a prank sort of, Mako documentary. So they now clipped those out of that, saying this is what these astronauts said behind the scenes. And yeah, I think it was a French or Italian movie. See if we can actually find it. Ooh,
Shogun donated £2 through Super Chat. Here we go again.
Thanks, mate. I wasn't even paying attention to that. It's good it reads it out. Helps me reading the small print there. But yeah, if we search for moon Mako, how'd they spell it? Mako documentary. I'll just say documentary. And you probably find it. Let's see. Moonshots. No, it's not that. We're after Dark Side of the Moon. Is that the one? Here we go. Dark Side of the Moon is a French mockumentary by director. Originally aired on French German television networks in 2002. I think there's another one too. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It's shining. So we've been through all this before, I think. Dark Side of the Moon. Again, the Stage Moon, Conspiracy Theory. Moon for Sale. Filmmakers aimed for Dunkirk in space. What's that one? Moon Machines. So yeah, you probably can find clips to these Mokos anyway. Let's have a look. If we can find one. Play under fair use. Because all these documentaries take clips from it, right? Probably need the French name of it, probably. Probably type in Dark Side of the Moon, maybe. Pink Floyd. Yeah, I forgot about Pink Floyd. Let's do mockumentary. There we go. It's called Operation Lune. So, did they have any clips of the astronauts saying that. You can see there's a bit here about it all. I wish astronauts decide to get a paycheck from it. Looks like it's not going to tell us. Said astronaut reveals secrets. Wonder if it's safe to play it? Probably not. Found footage. Okay. Yeah, a wee bit. It looks like it's fully up there. You can watch it all probably. What astronauts were in it? Okay, let's have a look at Wikipedia. Okay, documenting basic premises is the television footage from Apollo 11. Moon landing was faked and recorded in studio by CIA with the help of director Stanley Kubrick. Plot. The Moko begins with the premise. Here, we just read all that. First part tells of the inception of the NASA's lunar program. Space Odyssey 2001. Incapability of shooting images on the moon had been anticipated by Nixon. Kill took care to avoid any conspiracies tonality. At no point is it said that Armstrong did not walk on the moon. The script just hypothesizes the US might have wanted a contingency plan in case the first steps could not be filmed. Yeah, I've always said that's a possibility that they could have had a fake film in case it all went to crap and people died. They're not going to show dead astronauts on the moon, are they? They're going to switch it to a fake footage of it landing because they wanted the Russians to believe it. And because they come back home means they obviously made it back, right? Else they got clones. I just love the conspiracies, so some of it's so hilarious. I thought there was some real astronauts in it reading scripts, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's another Moko. And go and do your own search on it and have a watch of it, perhaps, if you're interested in it. So that looks like the real name of it here. And it's still popular. So I guess he made quite a bit of money out of it then. Who was Jack Nicholson? What's this? Character in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Okay. I hate mockumentary because they insult your intelligence and imagination. Okay. Oh, that should give us a cast list, shouldn't it? Where's the cast, people? Oh, it must be there, is it? Okay, let's have a look. Christine Kubrick herself. Okay, so is that the wife or the sister of Kubrick, Stanley? Herman Waters, self CIA. NASA employee. JFK himself. So it must have taken a clip from a news item there. Von Braun himself. I'm not sure if he was in it, but it would have been a clip probably. David Scott, self Apollo 15. So that must be some sort of astronaut there then, isn't it? Neil Armstrong self archive footage. Okay, there you go. Buzz Aldrin self Apollo 11. So he must have been the one that read out the script then, where he's saying it didn't happen. It's probably where everybody believed it, right? Donald Dunsfield. It's got a few people in it then. Okay, so it must have been Buzz Aldrin, was it? Oh. I mean, Neil Armstrong. So, can we find the clip of him saying something? But I'm pretty sure there's another documentary, a Mocko documentary. Let's see if there's any clips of it. That doesn't sound like the Mocko, does it? See, don't think that's it. I don't know. Anyway, I thought there might have been a clip I could have played instead of playing it all to see what was said and all that. But yeah, we'll just play his clip here. What was the footage now? I'll just skim through it a bit.
Footage of the moon landing. I ran headlong into this one on a Facebook page.
Yeah, I remember this. WikiLeaks releases unused footage. Remember that going around 2019?
It's over a year old. So, like, how did I miss it? Like, did my subscription from Mausann expire?
A year old? Looks like this must be a repeat that he's putting up or something. I think Google took down his some of his videos, or so he's recycling them again.
Later see as one of the moon landings. Let's watch a short portion.
You want to be in pictures.
And the best?
Let's say it's another one to print. I think that's awfully good. That one and the one before it was pretty good.
We have about 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of time.
Yeah. I claim this land in the name of...
What do you got now?
I am sure that this video may have caused a rebuffed pause by many of you. I was stupefied beyond all recognition. When it finished, I was still standing here beside myself. Oakley dokley, the first thing that hit me like a ton of bricks was how a film crew out in the desert in full daylight was able to reproduce action on the moon with a dark sky. Did they have some huge black backdrop? Wouldn't it make more sense to just film it inside a dark soundstage? After all, that was the claim. A soundstage. But we see crew and the director out in the sun calling out shots and so forth. I found it to be a tad suspicious. I was amazed also how close-lipped all these people were after the fact, holding on to the secret for decades. Like that could ever happen. And what did WikiLeaks have to do with any of this? I just don't think like an ancient shindig would be his bag, Daddy. I love how, in one spot, the director is calling out ready, pause, action, and then the astronaut starts walking like he was waiting for the cue.
We have to be high enough so that we've got you against blue sky and not against Earth. And action. Action. Ready? And action.
What was funny is that he wasn't waiting for any cue. The video was paused, stopped, frozen.
So they've been fabricated, you know, taken from real footage and mixed in with some fake footage from Capricorn 1, right?
And then unfrozen after action was called. Hilarity ensued in my tiki bar.
Well, in this case, Capricorn 1 behind the scenes footage.
And the movements of the astronauts also look like what it's supposed to look like on the moon, not in the desert, not in slow motion in the desert, not hanging from wires in slow motion in the desert. So I went looking for the real behind-the-scenes footage that I knew must be out there, and after a few moments found out that someone else had found it. Yay me. I can now relax and take credit for someone else's work. The footage in question was from the 1977 blockbuster production Capricorn 1, starring Elliot Gould and James Brolin. Here is one scene being shot where someone places a live scorpion on actor James Brolin. A real trooper. The crewman stands a weed on top of James for the cameraman to focus on and gives this statement, which you may remember from the fake video.
Really making a tree out of it.
I claim this land in the name of...
So, in a nutshell, this is real.
Gulliver's Travels.
Real footage in the desert, and real footage from the moon laced right on top of it. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, there you go. So if you want to watch that and subscribe to Para Breakdown, he does quite a lot of videos like that over the years, and he's been around like I have for a while. I think he's doing a bit better than I am. At least he's got 1,000 views on that one and 50,000 subscribers. We'll have a look when he started. So the WikiLeaks, if that does the rounds, because that comes around time and time again, of the moon being faked, you know, it's from clips from NASA and Capricorn 1 that's mixed together, and also the French Moko. Hang on, let me just zoom in that WikiLeaks. I posted up Pilled as well. power breakdown. Main fakes. What's that sugar? Let's have a look. What are we saying here? Been out with a family. Just so you're getting a notification at least. Just saw a notification. What's been happening? Yeah, I've not been too well this week. Stomach's playing up again, or liver, or whatever. But still alive for now, anyway. And the dog's not been very well as well this week, so just haven't been in the mood to do a video sooner. I saw the film in 70s, was it? 70s. I was shocked then. Capricorn. Yeah, Capricorn 1. I suppose we could look it up. I think I got a copy of it on the hard drive. Backed up. Capricorn. Damn eyes. What's it say on the movie database? It's probably well liked as a cult classic now. 1977. British produced American thriller. Okay, let's go there. Movie database. Like the French one, it's got a 6.5 6.8 out of 10. There we go. There, 24k reviews. That's pretty lots. Yeah, I never really got into it, I don't think. But anyway, storyline. Charles Baker is astronaut leading NASA's first mission, manned mission to Mars. Seconds before the launch, the entire team is pulled from the capsule and the rocket leaves Earth unmanned. The head of the program explains that the life support system was faulty and that NASA can't afford the publicity of a scratched mission. The plan is to fake the Mars landing and keep the astronauts at the remote base until the mission is over. But then investigative journalist Robert starts to suspect something. Okay. So obviously it's a play off the fake moon landings there. Now, William T. Coleman. Either I'm going to leave that for another day and or maybe do something with Robert on that one again. Faraday cage, I don't think I can get into it, but we'll just have a quick look around, see what crap's around on UFO fake sites. Third phase, I bet they're going to be pushing Jaime Maussann's nonsense. Let's have a quick look, see what they've been up to. So, yep, as you expected, the Mexican dummies being hosted by dummies. What's the unknown humanoid species has the world watching? So you're not even telling the truth in the headline there. Because they are supporters of Jaime Maussann and they give use his material and they give their material to him. Volcano UFOs. Crap again. I think they were debunked as scientific drones or something, wasn't it? Passing close. Looks like they're near the lava, but they're actually not. That's the problem with 2D video, right? Isn't that just recycled from years ago? What the heck is that? So I suppose we could have a quick look at some of these. We got to that one last time. So what we got here? Something strange is happening in the world near. Never seen anything like this. Let's just skim through it. And we'll just wrap up probably on that. So what do we got going down?
Watch this.
Okay, looks like a very tall movie prop so far. Was it meant to be a tall white? That looks crap already. Out of focus, overexposed. Have you got any captions for it? Japanese woman.
And in a Camino standing there looking down. It's very interesting. But
oh, it's that horrible girl that they like, the redhead. I can't stand her voice. It's like up yours type voice, you know, talks like she's got a what do you call it, thing in the nose or whatever, a plum in the mouth. Japanese woman and kimono standing there looking down, very interesting. Looks very boring to me. Where is it meant to be, on the moon or something? I don't remember just reading what it said. Is it meant to be in the clouds? Maybe the clouds are being inflated. Yeah, I just can't read that. My eyes are just so bad. Music. I got Bright Cousins with me. Brink Cousins with a poly stereo. Third-phase-of-moon, we're looking at, moment some people are saying we're looking at some kind of possible weather modification. Looks like a Japanese lady, okay. So I don't know where it's from. That doesn't make any sense to me. Where's it from? Apollo video? I suppose we ain't got a link to the original video, have we? Nah. Let's see, what are we meant to be looking at here? Pareidolia. I don't know. Is it meant to be on the moon's surface? Well, it looks fake to me. Need a source. Could it be the rocket going up and that's actually the control? It doesn't look like a Japanese woman there now, does it? It looks like a smoke with the lunar module going up or something, doesn't it? Someone's enhanced that. They must have mucked around with it. Let's go back again. See, this looks like it's been played around with. I must admit, it does look like a tall white person standing there, doesn't it? But when you look at the original footage, it's all blurry. So it's obviously been mucked around with. So it looks like a triangle bit at the top there, which that would be like the lunar thing blasting off back into space, isn't it? What do you call it? The command capsule. Triangle bit. If that's from Apollo, that's what it said at the beginning. What else we got? I think this might have been on TV docos, this one, like proof is out there or strange evidence. It kind of rings a bell. Wind blowing this. Okay. Looks like something covering the lens of the camera. They're saying it's a Grim Reaper, but I didn't see that.
Immediately looks like a...
Looks like a piece of plastic that's blown off the top of the building to me. So this is what they've got as credible UFO evidence now, right? Let's try to stop it. Going back to that enhanced one, that's no good. So let's see. How do you get that as a Grim Reaper? I don't know. It looks like it could be a bird, a blackbird. Look, there's the neck, there's the wing, it's skydiving. It's the shape of the shadow is a bird. Tail fin, the wings bent back. Yeah, it looks like a blackbird coming down. And flying towards the camera now. That's what it is. It's a crow or something. Grim Reaper. What a bunch of shit these people.
But maybe it's a black plastic bag, like a garbage bag.
Well, at least she has some sense there. That's what I said first of all, but...
First on, I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe there's some high winds in the background, some...
That's a damn bird. Come on. Okay, let's move on. So notice how they add that copyright music to it.
Something unprecedented.
We debunked this one a couple of lives back. Starlink G7-1. That was launched a couple of days before. And they haven't finally gotten to alignment in orbit. That's why they're out of alignment here. And people have looked on star maps, star map tracking maps for that sort of stuff.
And here it is, a good close-up with contrast showing a fleet. What is this? Your opinions, Apollo?
Okay, so what's interesting about this for me is the fact that it's a volcano. I mean, volcanoes have a lot of...
See, I don't even know why they have her on there. She is complete airhead. It's just an optical illusion, like it looks like it's coming out the volcano, but it's actually high in the sky and passing over top. And because of the curvature of the Earth, it bends downwards and it goes behind that smoke. Anyway, stupid one. And if they did 5 minutes searching on Google, they would have found what I did. And I think I debunked it before then, wasn't it? But doesn't matter. What have we got going on here? Got music playing. What a load of crap, isn't it? It's just Third phase of the moon, natural, unnatural, ball lightning. Or simply a LED balloon. I don't know what it is, some of a high powered torch. Drone. Looks like it's bright enough to illuminate the tarmac or something below it. Could be anything, right? It's this garbage. Could even be a helicopter, couldn't it? It looks like a beam of light going down here. Could be a helicopter. I think there was a red light, wasn't there? They've got another video on. I thought I saw a red light there. Yeah, look, there's a pulse of red light there, like a tail fin light. Oh, damn, too far now. I'll step it. Okay, let's have a look. Looks like it's filmed through a glass window, like a car window. Okay. And it's reflecting off the boot of the car. The bonnet of the car, I mean. So what is it? I see a red light there. On long exposure. That's a helicopter flying along. Or probably a police helicopter. It's got the beam of light going down. Look, you can see the flash there. There, flash, and the red strobe. There's a damn helicopter. Okay, moving on. What a load of crap these people took. And they're comparing it to something else here.
It's a phenomenon out there, and it's real. Yep, it's interesting. 2001 and 2023, the side by side.
Well, you can see the light color is different on this one here. It's not even the same object.
Side comparisons. Again, ball.
That looks like someone running around on long exposure with a yellow torch, or yellow light torch, or something similar to that.
Lightning's something super rare to capture, and that's what we
like.
To
It looks like someone behind that light source there, right? But anyway, they're not the same. Moving on. Oh no, something dangling from power lines. No, it's something floating in the sky. And isn't that witch's hat character hot air balloon? It looks very familiar. Looks like it's moving like a hot air balloon.
We're getting the still off the digital frame.
Smokey the Bear hat. Smokey the Bear hot air balloon. It rings a bell anyway. Let's just do a quick search on that one. Why is it not coming out? Yeah, here we go. Smokey the Bear, I think. Or something really similar to that. Yeah, hot air balloon. Like that. That one's too round in the face though, I think, but don't know, it could be just bad video. Does look kind of like an acorn, doesn't it? Maybe it's not that one. Let's have a quick look. Maybe variations to it. That one's different there, isn't it? Alright. It's just the angle that they're filming it looks smaller. So is that what's happening in the video? Because it's out of focus, right? If they get it in focus, we might be able to see what it is. I suppose because they could be filming on a particular angle there, it could be the same thing. When you look at it, and you can see it looks like there might be a basket underneath. Here's another one that's got the full thing. Okay, so what else? If it's not Smokey the Bear, what else could it be? Let's say hot air balloon with a hat. Wow, there's a big one. One's a complete hat. Not that one. I still think it's Smokey the Bear though. But it's not worth wasting time on it. It's just garbage. Hat, hat, hat. It's not hat, character, hot bullet. Okay, it's kind of a Smoky gang. It's got to be more balloons with hats on them. Oh, here we go. Who the hell is that? I don't know. Vincent Van Gogh. Go. Vincent Van Gogh. Could it be that? Skinnier hat. Could be. We're just not seeing the right angle. Got this one here. Got Darth Vader behind. Well, that's pretty creepy, isn't it? So that one could fit. It's got the skinny hat on top. If you can see it from a better angle. Horror balloon. Yeah, it could be the horror balloon, right? It's another one that fits it quite well. It's got the right hat. You need to see it from looking down on top this direction though. Anyway, I think we got enough solutions. Yeah, look at this one. If man can dream it, they will make it. Anyway, I think it could be that horror balloon. Fits a bit better than, because it's got that skinny face to it going down. Moving on.
But personally, I cannot explain what this is. I can't compare it to anything else I've seen.
Oh, I can't stand that. Yeah, I really can't. I thought Blake Cousins was stupid, but that one there is really stupid. Still talking about it. And what do we got next? Another balloon. Or a CGI fake. So obviously the balloon's closer to the camera, it looks more in focus. And the plane's way in the distance. Just a balloon. Okay, moving on. No, that might be the last one. Ooh, Greer. He's not looking really nice in the face there, is he? Anyway. On to the next one. With that one. What's this one? Evidence. Undeniable evidence that something. Okay, looks like it's looking at volcano. UFOs and a plane heading towards it. Or a helicopter. On like long exposure, is it? Or a drone. This is an old one, isn't it? Now, you've seen that on my camera with the bugs leaving a trail behind, right? So it's on long exposure, obviously. Whereabouts is it, though? Is it volcano?
The cool lava. I'm not sure if that's hot lava at the moment, but
okay, it's lava. So is it a bug closer to the camera? Could be. It's a bit hard to tell. A bit like my videos, right? Well, it could be just simply a drone with a light on it, and they're just filming it in crap quality here on long exposure and just sipping it around. What another useless video, right? Of course, you can easily do that with CGI too.
Guys, napusi pangorinte dia guys, Bye.
Haven't we looked at that one already? Looks familiar. And I got music art. So what are we meant to be looking at? It looks familiar.
Right.
Alright, here we go. So it looks kind of like something with a spotlight on it. Or could be a crop duster plane and that spray coming out the back. Let's just keep on going. I'll just step it. Let's have a quick look. Kind of looks like a small plane. Really out of focus. I think I can see a tail fin there. And it looks like a load of spray coming out of something there. Could be one of those drones they use for spraying. Yeah, it looks like it's spraying, doesn't it? And there's a whole stream of it coming out. What a crap footage. Anyway,
kind of chemical. Could this be some kind of crop dusting drone up there and people are
Bingo! Could it be? It's most likely.
Mistakenly thinking that this is some unknown object.
Alright, I can see a blinking light there, was it?
And it does come to a quick standstill, pick up speed right here.
Yeah, it could be a drone. Crop dusting drone then.
Again, if I were out there, I would definitely film.
Oh, a lot of crap. And where's the sound? Was there sound? We'd hear the noise, right? So, I guess there's no audio with the original, as usual. Okay, it sounds like he's behind glass or something.
Ding. Guys, naiipo diri sa Lisandra, guys. Nood yung...
Okay, they got damn music playing, unfortunately. On purpose, of course. That way you can't amp it up and actually listen to the audio of the original. And where we heard the motorbike go across.
Yep, oh guys. Guys, oh.
But I think there's in the headset here is a slight jet type noise. It's really in the background there, but if we got rid of the music, we might be able to amp it up.
No, because it's doing it. Seems like.
What are you doing putting music on the original source videos, you stupid dick?
At night.
Yeah, let's just move on. Okay, so long exposure again. Possibly a helicopter on infrared.
Land. Compared to this one, we're seeing these orbs come into close vicinity.
Okay, that's not even near the volcano. That's way up there in the sky, so it's probably just a jet. And the way it's moving, probably just a small 320 or something like that, right?
Land. Compared to this one, we're seeing these orbs come into close vicinity right to these volcanoes.
The problem we found with infrared ones, like on mine, depending on the angle and the size of the overexposure, you don't see the blinking lights, and of course of the frame rates as well. Let's mute them again. They got music on. Do we see it blinking at all? It'd be like 12 frames a second, so you might see it pulse once every 3 seconds, is it? Ah, right, I blinked then, didn't it? I keep mucking around with the video though. Well, we got multiple points of light suddenly. Looks like there's a quite thick cloud there, right? So that'd be planes coming out of the thick cloud. Some it's going to be from this, or steam from this volcano. They're probably planes, right, from the airport. And they're just popping out the cloud there, and another one was going into it. But it's really bad footage again. I was hoping to see it blink, but see how it skipped from there to there. So something got clipped there to give it away as a plane, right? It looks like it's blinking there just as it's going into the cloud. That's stupid. Okay, let's just move on. This is where you need to use the flight radar apps. So here is, there's no planes in the sky, but unfortunately, because of the mountainous region there, a lot of the planes don't show up until they've passed the volcano. So you'd have to look at the flight path further afield and see if it crossed then at that time. But anyway, we haven't got all that information. They're not going to show it. See how it skipped there? And it does look like it's sort of blinking dimmer and lighter, and that's getting bigger because of infrared. So there's a little subtle flash in there. It's probably a small aircraft, probably like a Learjet or something, probably. But anyway, or a Cessna. What else we got? Ah, we got a bird, I think. Yeah, bird flying past the news thing. That's the old one as well, isn't it? Recycled. Is it seagulls capturing? They got spotlights and buildings that are illuminating them. I think there might be seagulls. Let's have a look. Could be insects, but it's a bit hard to tell. They're pretty small. Too small to really analyze it. Birds or insects. And they're probably flying horizontal, and the beams of light looks like they're going upwards, but they're actually flying horizontal. It's just optical illusion, and they're just being hit by spotlights from the buildings and being illuminated, right? Okay, what have we got now? Lightning. So, no mystery there, just crazy lightning that you tend to get. It's not always like straight down to the ground type stuff. In Australia they got lightning that goes across the sky even. They have crazy lightning storms over there, especially near the coastline. Is that some sort of a sprank? Again, it's fading away. Looks like it's coming from above the storm cloud, is it? As we know, you get unusual clouds. You know, you got the angel arc one that has like lightning that jumps from cloud to cloud. This looks like something really similar. Corona, I think they call it, or something. But they have a possibility. It could be a spotlight aimed at the low cloud there, couldn't it? And with, if you look carefully, it looks like a light beam going upwards, doesn't it? It's probably one of those casino spotlights illuminating a storm cloud, right? Anyway, depends where location is. Again, they don't show us a map or any coordinates, right? So let's just move on to the next one. I'll just catch up on the side comments. I'll just zoom in first. I'm on stupid phone. Okay. Let's just see if that works. Forgive spelling. Yeah, no problem. I have trouble seeing, making mistakes too. Thought process king. Whatever you believe. No wonder I'm into this stuff, watching since I was 4. Clearly a bird. Yeah. They're not too hard to debunk a lot of these ones. They're not worth wasting time on, really. But obviously they're making lots of money from it, right? They make a couple $100 each time they put up one. They're not making big money like Security still is, but this one looks a bit more interesting. Let's have a quick look at that one. Got to be careful of the music though.
Looking at right now.
Yep, I got music. So, what are we looking at? Obviously, this is closer to the camera than that is, right? This is again problem with 2D camera. Working out distances. Okay, that looks like... Is it going upwards or is it coming down? Because we've got optical illusion of that passing it. Because obviously these are moving horizontal in the sky, but it looks like they're going downwards. So it's just again optical illusion. I think both of them are coming down in the same direction. One's going faster than the other. So could it be balloons coming down? Kind of looks like a bunch of balloons, doesn't it? A balloon there, a bunch of 3 balloons here. It looks like 3, and another bunch of balloons there. Wedding balloons again.
Right now, we can't explain to you what we're looking at.
He's got that little laughter. Remember whenever they laugh, I told you about this before, means they're going to read a line script they wrote. Security does exactly the same. It's like a guilt thing.
Pretty badass right here, what we're looking at.
Brien, what is it? It's a badass video. I've never seen such a good one in 4 months. He says the same type of script every time.
Right now, we can't...
Not CGI.
Explain to you what we're looking at. Brien, what's your thoughts here?
So what's your thoughts on that? Try not to burst out laughing.
It's pretty badass right here. What we're looking at is breaking news. Just came in, and we're looking at this thing. This is...
Yeah, we got music there, so people can't debunk us.
Good close-up. What we're looking at is something that's not...
I think it's balloons. The only other possibility could be a skydiver in a wingsuit.
Conventional. It doesn't match anything that we could recognize in the sky as...
Looks like it's being illuminated by the same type of light as the plane is. It's got to be a bunch of balloons coming down.
As one of ours. This looks something otherworldly. Maybe something from the Space Force.
What a load of crap these guys talk. Let's just moving on a bit. So this has obviously been enhanced here, right? I think I can clearly see. That's balloons. 3 balloons. A bigger a pear-shaped balloon there. Yeah, it's just drifting in the air current. Yeah, let's move on. Oh, it's still going. We got long exposure here, probably 5 seconds. So it's probably a round light. And looks like it's going into the volcano, is it? Insect on IR.
We're looking at this.
Here we go. So what is it, a balloon or insect? Looks like a lead balloon, this one. Let's just step it. It hasn't got the motion blur. Lens flare happening. Looks like a LED balloon, doesn't it? From Jaime Mausann. Look, it's even got the sort of latex reflectingness on the skin. It's an LED balloon. You get some motion blur there. Not fabricated, I don't think. But we can't rule it out. But it looks like it's on a security camera. Someone's LED balloon floating past.
Way on the evidence coming in tonight. Multiple cameras.
Okay, so see how it's got this effect happening here. Has it been sped up? Let's just play at normal speed again.
We're looking at this, and again, I'm kind of blown away.
Okay, looks like it's at normal speed.
Way on the evidence coming in tonight.
That looks like a balloon moving in fast air current there.
Multiple cameras, sky watchers, are capturing the phenomenon on two different angles.
So that looks like it's sped up there.
Things just zipping by at extraordinary rates of speeds, and at this moment.
Where's the timestamp for it? I would see how the seconds have been chopped off here, so we can't see.
The unknown is right in front.
Oh, here we go.
Front of us, but the question
Where's the time?
Is what the heck is it?
Okay, that looked like an insect.
We're playing it back and forth. We're doing some enhancements here.
So those infrared LEDs can go up to 50 meters on some of these cameras, and you can have an insect that looks just like that. Being illuminated still on long exposure.
Here, Skywatchers, Carlos.
And you get that.
Is doing some really good work.
See how it's sort of
capturing the phenomenon.
So it's got low frame rate there, long exposure.
Phenomenon across his territory. Brett, your thoughts? Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, one's an insect, one's a lead balloon. Okay, let's just carry on. Okay. That's something blurry. Could it be an airship? And we got bloody music playing still.
This video lasts for approximately 2 minutes. We're just gonna let it.
Okay, 2 minutes. That kind of sounds like it could be a solid tube balloon or airship then. How fast is it moving?
Roll. I'm gonna go back and forth to some close-ups and the original footage. Just let's roll it right now.
Okay, that's, I don't know. Did it sort of look like it was coming down before?
Guys, leave your comments. What the heck are we looking at? Some unknown.
Still looks like it could be a solar tube balloon.
Known cigar-shaped craft just hovering there. But as we watch it, you're gonna see. Just watch.
Okay, so we can't rule out CGI either at this stage. Look at the stupid music on it. I'm just gonna mute it. Okay, what's it gonna do? Could be a solar tube balloon, and the video's been edited, of course. And sped up and slowed down or whatever. Kind of looks like a solar tube balloon. Okay. So what's it gonna do? Is it getting bigger? So it might be moving towards the camera then. Kind of looks like a pencil though. It doesn't look out of focus pencil. Could be CGI actually. Okay, what's it gonna do? Go on. Still going on. 2 minutes of this bullshit. Okay, looks like it might be rotating. Looks like it might be rotating. And Seems off, is it? Or is it just like a solar tube balloon that sort of turned around and drifted off and they just sped it up? Where's yeah, there's no counter on the video or anything, like a date time, you know, stamp. So it's a bit hard to know, isn't it? So it could be legit, it could be CGI too. But UFO, nah. Have they sped it up, slowed it down, or what?
This is legitimate video coming into third phase moon. No CGI. This is legitimate stuff. But
how did I know it's not CGI?
look, as I enhance this footage and speed it up about, I don't know, I think I did about 400% speeding this thing up just to last for about 9 seconds.
So it could be a solar tube balloon that's just drifting off. Bull crap. Okay, moving on. Of course, everybody knows what a solar tube balloon is. Let me just minimize that again. Just to refresh your minds if you're new to solar tube balloons. Some of them make them out of black trash bags because it heats up the air inside and it gradually lifts up like a hot air balloon. And they come in all shapes and sizes and bendedness. So you can see here's one. It's pretty straight. So they're just that the sun heated up. It's like really thin plastic bags joined together. And they can have really funny ends on them. It can even be tapered off like this one here. And you can even make triangle ones. And you can see how it's been pinched off on the end. It looks very similar to like a pencil tip, remember I was saying on the other one. So it's going to be something similar to one of those that's got a pointy bit on the end. There we go. So if that blows up a wee bit more as it's going up, it's going to look exactly like that video. But anyway, on to the next one. Almost debunked, almost caught up for the whole week of UFO videos here. So, which one was that? Okay, we're back to the volcanoes.
Can you remember the first broadcast you ever made?
Let's just, so just filming the volcanoes, are they? So they probably faked it, right, with a drone.
Right now, the first video just in looks to be some kind of unidentified UFO. It was captured.
So they could have done that because they got volcanoes and blurred it out.
Into.
Don't we just look at that one though? They're just recycling. That was the plain one. I think we looked at that one before, didn't we? It was on that one though. So they're just recycling again. It's just garbage, and then we got the stupid aliens.
Can you remember the first broadcast?
So if you missed the beginning of the show.
This is kind of crazy stuff, Brad. Yeah, this was pretty interesting. They just came out with this. We had a whole bunch of people there from.
And we debunked it as the first thing that we talked about, wasn't it? Oh no, the first thing was my footage. That was the second thing. Looks like
it's been speculated that this is kind of modified.
So that's just all garbage. Okay, moving on. So what do we got now?
For people that do this for a living, that are
talking about the stupid aliens again. Okay, keep on going. So they've paddled it out halfway with that.
If you look at her body, she's got these long fingers and toes.
That's fake. Come on, you stupid me. Is that one of the three people?
The tooth, or a piece of a finger, and that's it. But now they found it.
Oh, that's garbage. Okay. That's all on the dummy then. I thought there was something else that I just played before. That we missed. I thought it had like bright lights. Yeah, it's all on the stupid mummies. And here they're not debunking it, right? They're trying to say unknown humanoid species, which is all fake news, right? Just garbage. There was no one there showing there. Anyway, the other one with the 3 lights or 6 lights. That was that one that Mick West looked at, said it was oil rigs on the sea, right, burning off, venting off gas, and it's this parallax effect with the camera and the plane moving with the clouds. So yeah, probably could find that, but I thought it was on that episode, but it doesn't matter, we won't bother trying to find it. So that's third phase done, and probably my eyesights are now done. Was it 4 in the morning? So it's probably time for me to kick the bucket and let this process overnight or whatever. So yeah, we got there in the end. I don't think security has put up anything new. Probably UFO man's put up more crap though. Let's have a quick look. Can bet yeah, he hasn't put up anything new, and I bet UFO man's talking about the dormies. Let's have a look. What do we got? Talking about old cases, isn't it? Cottage Groove, Kerry Cassidy, abductions. Wait, alright, yeah, the Starlink one we looked at, and Hyperdrive. He didn't put anything up about the dummy aliens. Unless it's part of that one. It's very strange for UFO man not to profit off that one. So yeah, it looks like we're done for the day, guys. Could have a quick skim over UFO interest. He's probably talking about the dormies. The dormies or mummies. Yeah, mummies. There we go. Yep, money, 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 money. What's this one? Flaming UFOs. Ohio. Kind of looks like it could be Chinese lanterns or CGI there. What he say? Skydivers with pyrotechnics. There you go. Out of focus. Does it play? Oh yeah, can see the trails and they're gliding down this way. Yep. What else we got? The mummies, dummy mummies. Lie on the skull. Yeah, we went over that. We played that video. What else we got? Fabricated. Alien mummies were fabricated, yep. Was that someone confessing to it? Part 2. So we know all about that already. What else we got? Just sky cannon searchlights, okay. So Yeah, it looks like you have on top of places that have discos in them, right? Or Christmas lights. Craves learned his lesson. What else we got? Incredible UFO footage. Incredible lead kites. Oh, right. I love those ones. Oh, yeah, debunked that one many times. It's one of those black triangle kites with circular leads that rotate around. And you just film it out of focus. It looks really cool. Now back to the dummy mummies again. And Black Knight, hardly. Very recent footage from International Space Station. What a liar. This is an old fake farm, section 51. I can't remember it though. Let's just have a play. It's got damn music on it. Yeah, it looks like CGI nonsense, doesn't it? And it's the same one. It's exposed. Section 51 again. Back to the dummy mummy still. And the mummies again. And mummies again. Seems to be taking up everybody's post. Mummies and hearing again. Yet no one's really talked about the NASA report. What's this one? Those were military flares. Okay. So there's a plane that was circling, dropping flares, was it? Back to the mummy again. And the mummy again. Okay, so we're sort of done there. So yeah, I'm just going to wrap up now, guys. Leave you to it, and I'll do the Faraday cage building to another day. Again, it's time for me to get some shut eye. Thanks, Shagun, for your donation. I'm not sure how much I got on Pilled or not. I'll say thanks up there for watching. And everything up there too. And let's wind this down. So that's another live debunk session there. Most of it was on Brien Foerster nonsense. So if you got anyone that's saying he's a credible scientist, that's not true. A scientist, that's not true. Just say good night. Right. And I'll just close these down. There and there. And I'll catch you again soon, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I won't be too quick in the morning again. Thanks, mate. Oh, forgot to turn down the volume. Yeah, thanks, mate. Haven't been too well lately, but we'll see how we go tomorrow morning. Well, it is morning now, I suppose. Tomorrow afternoon when I wake up. Hopefully the dog's okay too. He's been having a leg problem. I'll just end it on your comments and donation thing will probably disappear too. I was never here. Well, Google will delete all your comments unless you're doing it. I think somehow someone might have hacked the system and might have mod rights when they shouldn't have, and they're deleting comments because, yes, a couple of his comments vanished, and I don't think he deleted them. And there were good comments saying that Robert and I made a good team or something like that. It's not the sort of thing he would delete. Whoop. I got to end. Now I'm in trouble. Won't go down.